What if the monsters of your nightmares were more real than you ever imagined? What if the shadows lurking in the corners of history weren't just figments of overactive imaginations, but echoes of ancient terrors still stalking the fringes of our world? Forget what you think you know. The truth is darker, more intricate, woven through centuries of folklore, blood rituals, and the chilling whispers of the night. Vampires. They aren't just products of literature, they are the grotesque puppets of Slavic folklore, haunting peasants with their icy grasp and insatiable hunger. Think of them not as mere tales told around flickering campfires, but as ancient sentinels guarding secrets so potent, they could ignite a global frenzy. They thrive on fear, feasting on the dread that pulses through the hearts of those oblivious to their chilling existence. But why did they rise? What blood-soaked events birthed these creatures of the night? Now pivot your gaze to China, a land rich with its own pantheon of shadowy figures. Do the Jiangshi, the reanimated corpses that hop rather than walk, hold a mirror to the very foundations of fear itself? These beings, a blend of the grotesque and the absurd, might seem ridiculous at first glance, but their very nature demands respect. They're not just myths, they are cultural fingerprints, tracing back to a time when life and death danced a precarious tango, and the line between reality and nightmare was razor thin. Take a moment to consider this. What if these legends are more than folklore? What if they are the remnants of ancient truths, warning us of a reality we refuse to confront? Hidden within the cobwebbed corners of twisted history, these stories worm their way into the psyche, leaving a trail of curiosity that keeps you awake at night, gnawing at your sanity. What if each tale carries a sliver of truth, a fragment of the grotesque reality that binds Slavic demons to Chinese spirits? The laughter of the dead reverberates through centuries, merging into a cacophony that challenges our understanding of life and death. As you unearth these connections, an unsettling question rises: is our fear of the dark rooted in something deeper, something that ties our fates across continents and cultures? Laugh if you must, but every chuckle is a chink in your armor against the encroaching shadow. As you piece together this tapestry of terror, you'll find that the grotesque isn't just entertaining, it's a lens, a reflection of societal fears and primal instincts that refuse to be silenced. You stand on the precipice of revelation, where the grotesque meets the absurd, and every whispered legend begs to be heard. If you dare to confront this darkness, brace yourself. The truth isn't just out there, it's lurking right behind you, waiting for the moment you look away. Welcome to a world where monsters reign, and every heartbeat is a countdown. What happens when the folklore becomes flesh? Are you ready to face the night? The wind howled through the dense, dark forest, a lament echoing the cries of lost souls. A lone figure, cloaked in tattered furs, stumbled through the underbrush, branches clawing at their skin like the fingers of the dead. I remember the chill of that night, the air thick with foreboding, as if the shadows themselves were alive, whispering secrets of ancient gods and forgotten ancestors. Every rustle of leaves sent a tremor through my heart, each crack of twigs beneath my feet a reminder that I was not alone. Yaroslava, a woman of fierce spirit and fierce regret, clutched a pendant of bone around her neck, inherited from her grandmother, a relic of a world steeped in magic and tragedy. She had always believed in the stories of Vels, the god of the underworld, and Perun, the thunderer, remnants of a belief system that her village had almost forgotten. But tonight, as she fled the chaos of her life, she felt the weight of her ancestors pressing down on her like a suffocating fog, urging her to remember, to reclaim what was lost. Remember, remember, a voice whispered, a haunting echo that seemed to curl around her mind like smoke. It was the voice of her brother, Alexei, a boy lost to the relentless tide of war and vengeance. Each night she heard his laughter in her dreams, each morning a dagger in her heart. The moon lit her path, silver rays illuminating the jagged scars on her soul, but she was haunted by shadows, the ghosts of what could have been. Across the forest, Alexei's spirit roamed, restless and fierce, yearning for connection, for resolution. Bound to the living world by chains of sorrow, he watched his sister, felt her pain slicing through the veil that separated them. Yaroslava, he called out, an echo of the past, a plea for understanding. You must remember the stories. You must confront the evil that is hunting you. The shadows danced dangerously close, and he could feel their icy breath, the remnants of the dark magic that had seeped into their lives. In the heart of the forest, a clearing emerged, swallowed by mist and mystery. At its center stood the ancient oak, gnarled and twisted, a witness to centuries of human folly and fear. Stories whispered through its leaves, tales of betrayal, sacrifice, and the strength found in vulnerability. This is where it began, Yaroslava thought, her heart pounding, the echoes of history vibrating in her bones. The ground beneath her feet pulsed with energy, a heartbeat that resonated with the pulse of the universe itself. But she hesitated, fear clawing at her throat. What if she wasn't strong enough? What if the darkness she sought to face consumed her? "I can't do this alone," she murmured, her breath fogging in the crisp air, a soft plea lost amidst the cacophony of nature. But deep within, she knew the truth. Strength wasn't the absence of fear, it was the courage to confront it, to step into the unknown. "Yaroslava?" Alexei's spirit surged closer, desperation in his voice. "You are the last of us. The last chance to summon the old gods and reclaim what is rightfully yours. The stories are alive. They need you as much as you need them." His presence was charged, a jolt of electricity that surged through the clearing. Shadows shifted, coiling like serpents, hungry and watchful, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike. As her eyes met the ancient oak, a flicker of understanding ignited within her. The roots sank deep into the earth, entwining with the bones of ancestors, a communion of past and present. "I remember," she breathed, feeling the weight of countless generations resting upon her shoulders, an avalanche of grief and love. "I remember the tales of fire and ash, of rebirth and vengeance." The night thickened, the air crackling with anticipation, as if the cosmos held its breath. She took a step forward, heart in her throat, a dance between fear and fierce determination. "I will not let your death be in vain, Alexei. I will confront what haunts us." And in that moment, the world shifted. Memories flooded back, vivid and raw, the laughter of children in the village, the warmth of her brother's embrace, the stories shared over flickering fires. But there were darker memories too, of betrayal, of loss, of the very forces that had torn them apart. The tapestry of their history was woven with threads of sorrow and resilience, and as she inhaled the damp, earthy scent of the forest, she felt the stories coursing through her veins, igniting the fire within her heart. The shadows stirred, a menacing presence, and she could feel their hunger, their intent. "You think you can hide," they hissed, a voice like venom, slithering around her. "You think you can escape the past." But Yaroslava was no longer afraid. She stood tall, the weight of her lineage grounding her. "I am not just a victim of your darkness. I am the torch that will ignite the night." The air shimmered with power, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling around her. Fear transformed into fury, sorrow into resolve, and in that storm of intensity, she became a beacon. And then, like a thunderclap, it began. The confrontation of gods, of shadows, of ancestors long forgotten and memories clawing for life. The forest pulsed with life, the stories awakening, yearning to be told. The spirits of old surged forth, joining her battle cry, a chorus of voices rising to shatter the silence that had held them captive for centuries. In that heart-stopping moment, the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, and history reclaimed its voice, an unrelenting tide of emotion and sound. "We will not be forgotten," they roared, a fierce declaration that echoed through time, rippling out into the cosmos, awakening the essence of what it means to be alive, to remember, to endure. And as the shadows drew closer, the confrontation loomed, a storm gathering strength, a promise of chaos and revelation. The ancient oak stood witness, its roots entwined with destiny, and as the night deepened, the air thickened with the weight of the past. The moon hung low, a ghostly lantern casting thin shadows across the desolate village, where the air trembled with an unspoken fear. Each breath felt heavy, thick like fog, as though the very atmosphere were a spectre, whispering secrets from graves long forgotten. I stood in the middle of a dilapidated square, the echoes of laughter from a time now shadowed by dread. This was no ordinary night, it was a night steeped in the scent of blood and betrayal, a night when the veil between life and death quivered like a candle flame, barely holding on. A flicker caught my eye. It was Yaroslav, the village's outcast, his face pale as the moonlight, haunted by a history that bled into the present. I remember the way he used to laugh, how his joy was a feeble shield against the encroaching darkness. But now, the laughter hung in the air like an unwanted ghost, taunting him. The villagers whispered, cunning tongues that sliced through the tension of the night, branding him as the one with the cursed blood. He was marked, they said, as if a fate beyond his control wove its fingers through his life. "You're Slav," I called, my voice trembling, barely a thread against the tide of silence. But he didn't turn. His eyes were locked on the wooden cross at the edge of the square, where a lone figure stood, cloaked in shadows. It was Anya, the village's healer, once a beacon of hope, now a prisoner of suspicion. She clutched a dagger, her knuckles white against the metal, ready to pierce the heart of the night. I felt her desperation. She was a flickering candle, bright yet vulnerable, caught in a storm of uncertainty. I remember, her voice cracked like ice underfoot, those two words hanging heavily in the air, echoing the burden of her memories. I remember the stories my grandmother told me of the ones who return, not truly alive, but not wholly dead. The strigo, a curse of the blood that haunts the living. Fear coiled around my heart, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. I could see it in her eyes, an unbearable weight, a love that had turned toxic, a longing to save Yuaslav from the darkness swirling around him. But could she save him? Could any of us? Yuaslav had wandered too far into the abyss, and the villagers were restless, their fears morphing into fury. They gathered in whispers, their breaths mingling with the chill of the night, each word a stake driven into the heart of trust. "Anya!" I shouted again, desperation tainting my voice. "You can't do this. He's still Yuaslav." But as I spoke, I felt the truth clawing at me. He was slipping away, like smoke through fingers. I could see it in the way he stood, rigid and unyielding, as if the shadows were embracing him, whispering promises of power and vengeance. He had tasted the edge of despair, felt its sharp bite, and now, the vampire of his own making beckoned him closer. It was the scent of decay that lingered in the air, a reminder of the past, of history replaying its tragic melody. I remembered the old tales, spun with fear and wonder, the legends of the vampire that roamed our lands, a creature born from the unquiet dead, cursed to feed on the very essence of life. With each story, we lost a piece of ourselves, surrendering to the monstrous possibilities that lay in the darkness. But tonight, it was not just a tale, it was reality. Yuaslav turned then, his eyes alight with something feral, something raw. "You don't understand." His voice cut through me, jagged and wild. "They don't fear me because I am a strigo. They fear me because they want to believe they can control what they cannot see." The shadows swirled around him, a cloak of despair that he wore like a shroud. "I can show them power. I can give them what they crave." I felt something snap inside of me, a thread fraying at the edges. "But at what cost?" I whispered, a ghost of my former self. "You'll lose yourself, Yuaslav. You'll become the monster they believe you are." His gaze pierced me, a searing intensity that held my heart in a vice grip. Anya stepped forward, dagger trembling in her grasp, a reflection of her heart's turmoil. "I can help you, Yuaslav. We can fight this together." But the desperation in her voice was swallowed by the night, devoured by the haunting silence that enveloped us. It was as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable, a confrontation between the light and the darkness, between the man we loved and the monster he was becoming. The clock tower struck midnight, a hollow sound that resonated in my bones, a countdown to an unknown outcome. The villagers crept closer, drawn by the scent of conflict. They were hungry for a reckoning, for an end to their unending fear. It was then I realized, we were all prisoners to this curse, shackled to the stories that bound us. I could see the web of fate tightening around us, each thread a moment leading to this clash, a tapestry woven in despair and hope. "Do it, Anya," Yuaslav taunted, a smile flickering across his lips, twisted in its mockery. "End it. If you believe I am lost, then do not hesitate." The words hung heavy, a challenge draped in shadows, each syllable a taunt that pulled us deeper into the abyss. I felt my heart racing, a frantic pulse against the stillness of death that surrounded us. "No!" I screamed, my voice a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. "Don't give in. Remember who you are. And as I watched the struggle play out between them, each emotion raw and untamed, it struck me, the true horror of our existence lay not in the monsters lurking in the shadows, but in the very essence of our humanity. The fear, the love, the despair, it was all a part of us, a reflection of the world around us, a dance between light and dark. This night was not just about Yaroslav or Anya, it was about the thin line we tread, the eternal battle between who we are and who we could become. And as the shadows deepened, the claws of fate reached for us, ready to pull us into the darkness, I knew we were all trapped in a tale older than time. A tale that would continue to unfold long after this night, echoing through the ages, until the stars themselves dimmed in despair. The confrontation loomed, the air thick with tension, each heartbeat resonating like a drum, leading us toward a moment that would change everything, yet, in the end, it was only the beginning. The moon hung like a blood-red eye over the desolate village, casting a pallid glow over the frostbitten earth. Shadows danced and twisted, mocking the stillness, where only the wind dared to whisper secrets of the damned. In the center of the square, an ancient wooden cart lay abandoned, the scent of decay thickening the air. I remember the night my heart went cold, I remember the moment when the veil between life and death thinned, exposing the horrors that crept beneath the surface of our fragile existence. Myra stood frozen, her breath visible in the frigid air, a ghostly mist that dissipated too quickly, much like her fading hope. She felt the weight of her family's curse hanging over her like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, their faces pale, their eyes wide with dread. Slavic vampires, they said, were not mere myths, they were the very embodiment of despair, feeding on the lifeblood of the living. And tonight, one prowled the edges of her sanity, waiting. What's wrong? Anton's voice cut through the fog of her thoughts, a jarring reminder of the reality that threatened to swallow her whole. He was a lumberjack, sturdy and rough around the edges, but inside, he wrestled with a darkness that even he didn't understand. He had his own ghosts, ones that clawed at him during sleepless nights, pulling him toward the abyss. She saw it in his eyes as he stepped closer, the flickering light casting jagged shadows across his face. "Myra, look at me." "I can't," she whispered, her heart thundering in a rhythm both frantic and sorrowful. "I can feel them, it's like they're watching." His grip tightened on her shoulder, a lifeline in a storm of madness. The fear bubbled over, raw and pulsating. "Who? What do you mean?" But even as he spoke, he felt the shiver of an unseen predator lurking just out of sight, a Slavic vampire, the Vrykalakas, rising from the grave to consume the living with its insatiable hunger. This creature was not like the romanticized vampires of literature, with their brooding charm and seductive allure. No, the Vrykalakas was a grotesque caricature of death itself, a twisted figure wrapped in shadows, born of an unholy marriage between the living and the dead. Legends weaved through the fabric of their existence, a vampire born of a corpse that had been denied proper burial rites, or one who had fallen to sin in life, returning to haunt the living, seeking revenge against the world that had wronged them. The air crackled with the weight of their stories, echoing with the cries of their victims. "I remember the tales," Myra said, her voice trembling like the fragile branches of the trees surrounding them, "how they can enter any home, how they can turn the very light against you. How they feast on the souls of the damned." Her eyes flicked to Anton, searching for strength in his flawed yet familiar presence. What if we can't escape?" Anton's brow furrowed, a man caught between reason and the suffocating grip of fear. "You can't believe those stories. They're just tales meant to frighten children." But Myra saw through the bravado, the cracks in his armor. She knew Anton's heart echoed with the truth he could not voice. The Vrykalakas was real as the shadows that crept closer, gnashing their teeth in the dark. A rustle broke the silence, an omen of something creeping, something hungry. And every instinct screamed for them to run. But where? The village had become a trap of crumbling stones and darkened doorways, each turn a reminder of the horror that loomed. The clock in the old church tower, frozen in time, echoed the dread of a world caught in a moment too long, an endless night devoid of dawn. They were not the only ones ensnared by this nightmare. Old Babushka, with her wild, white hair and eyes like storm clouds, lived at the edge of the village, her secrets buried deep beneath the years, like her memories of lost loves and whispered curses. "If only I had listened," she muttered, clutching her talismans, rosaries, herbs, remnants of a world she could no longer save. If only I had warned them. The Vrykalakas comes for those who sleep unknowing. Myra felt the weight of her words wrap around her heart, a shroud of sorrow and guilt. What do we do? She pleaded, her voice cracking like ice beneath the heat of their predicament. How do we fight back? There's a way, Anton said, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. But it was a fragile flame, easily snuffed by the rising fear that clawed at their throats. We must confront it, face the darkness. As they stood at the precipice of despair, a shudder ran through the ground, a whisper of ancient magic that time had forgotten. The moonlight cast eerie silhouettes against the walls, and with every heartbeat, the dread thickened like fog. There was a rising sense of urgency, a need to act before the Vrykalakas claimed its next victim. I can't lose you, Myra breathed, her heart trembling with a mixture of fear and hope. Not like this. I won't let that happen, Anton promised, but even as he spoke, doubt shadowed his resolve. How could they fight a creature born of death, a being that thrived on the fears they held in their hearts? In that fleeting moment, the world around them fell away, no village, no curse, only the weight of their fears and the unyielding bond that tied them together. But time is a cruel master, and the shadows were stirring, whispering their approach. The air turned electric, heavy with the promise of confrontation, an inevitable clash between life and the creeping dread of the undead. And then, as if summoned by the summoning of their thoughts, a figure stepped from the shadows, an embodiment of their nightmares, the Vrykalakas. Its eyes burned with a hunger that transcended time, a hunger that echoed through the ages, drawing them closer to the chasm of despair. The moment hung suspended, a heartbeat away from the abyss, an unbroken silence pregnant with dread. What would happen next? Would they succumb to the darkness, or would they stand and fight? For in the heart of that frigid night, where shadows whispered and fear loomed, the reckoning was upon them, and the true nature of the Slavic vampire awaited, ready to unveil its most terrifying truths. A chilling wind slithered through the darkened village, whispering secrets of the restless dead. The air crackled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a reminder of the harvest season that had long since passed. The villagers knew deep in their bones, that night brought more than just the moon casting its silver glow across the cobblestone streets. It brought shadows, and in those shadows lurked the hunger of a vampire. I remember the moment I first truly understood the law that hung like fog over my ancestors' histories. The dimly lit tavern was filled with laughter that felt hollow, voices rising and falling like the gentle waves of a forgotten sea. It was there that I met Ivan, a man whose soul was as dark as the night outside. His eyes were pools of despair, reflecting the weight of the world, and as he leaned closer, I could feel the tension between us, a kind of magnetic pull, like the universe conspiring to bring us together amid the chaos. You don't understand, he whispered, breath hot with the scent of cheap vodka. It's more than just tales. It's a warning. And then, just outside the tavern, a scream shattered the air, a roar, piercing sound that sent a jolt of fear down my spine. It was Anna, the baker's daughter. Her laughter, once a sweet melody of youth, now twisted into something grotesque. She stood at the edge of the forest, her eyes wide and haunted, as if she had seen something that defied the very fabric of her reality. His back, she cried, voice trembling, a fragile thread hanging by a frayed edge. I could see the fear in Ivan's eyes, and it mirrored my own. The vampire, the one whose name was whispered in fearful reverence, had returned. With each heartbeat, I felt the tension coil tighter around my chest, an invisible noose of dread tightening its grasp. It was easy to dismiss the stories, easy to laugh at the exaggerated tales of fanged terror, yet, now, as shadows danced at the periphery of my vision, I could feel the weight of centuries pressing down, the anguish of a culture steeped in darkness. Anna's father had fallen ill last winter, and the village had watched helplessly as he withered away, darkness creeping into his bones. The stories had started then, murmurs of a creature that stalked the night. A being that fed not just on blood, but on fear, on despair. It isn't just a monster, Ivan said, voice low and heavy with emotion. It's a mirror reflecting our greatest vulnerabilities. His words washed over me like cold rain, and I shivered, feeling the truth in them. Underneath the moon's watchful gaze, I felt the pulse of the earth beneath my feet. I remember the tales my grandmother told me about the ancient rituals, the way the villagers would gather at the edge of the forest, candles flickering like fireflies, eyes wide with terror and wonder. They would chant to ward off the darkness, their voices a fragile shield against the evil that lurked just beyond the trees. "We cannot fight what we do not understand," Ivan murmured, a bitter smile twisting his lips. He was right. Anna stood there, rooted to the spot, caught between the world of the living and the shadows that beckoned her. I could see the struggle in her eyes, a fierce battle of light against darkness, hope against despair. "You don't have to go back," I pleaded, but my words fell flat in the heavy air. She was drawn to the forest like a moth to a flame, and I watched, helpless, as her resolve crumbled. "I have to find him," she whispered, and that's when I felt it, the cold grip of inevitability tightening around my heart. The vampire wasn't just a creature of the night, he was a predator feasting on the raw, unfiltered emotions of the people. He thrived on their longing, their grief, their love twisted into something dark and unrecognizable. In that moment, the village transformed in my mind, its cobblestones and cottages morphing into a stage for a grim theater, each person an unwilling actor in a tragedy written long before our time. The vampire stood at the center, a dark silhouette against the backdrop of our fears. Each heartbeat felt like a drum signaling our doom, and I could almost hear the applause of the shadows as they crept closer, eager to bear witness to the spectacle. The midnight hour approached, and as the clock tolled, a wave of dread washed over me. I could sense Ivan's turmoil, his own conflict between the desire to protect and the pull of the darkness that he himself might harbor. "What if it's not just the stories?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, as if the very words could summon the creature. "What if we all have a little vampire inside us?" And then, like a spark igniting dry grass, Anna's fear erupted into something fierce. "I refuse to be afraid," she shouted, the intensity of her voice cutting through the night. "I will fight. I will face him." The shadows thickened around us, and I wondered if her bravery was courage or folly. What if the fight was already lost? What if the vampire existed not just in the dark forest, but within us all, feeding on our deepest fears? With each passing second, the tension built like a storm ready to break. Ivan grabbed my arm, pulling me closer. "It's not just a monster, it's the embodiment of our pain," he said, and in that moment, I felt an undeniable truth wash over me. The vampire was more than a myth, it was the darkness that crept into our hearts during long, lonely nights. It was the despair that clawed at the edges of our dreams. "Do you think we can defeat it?" I asked, my voice trembling with the weight of endless questions, and Ivan's gaze fell to the ground, as if the very earth could offer him solace. "Sometimes," he said, his voice cracking, "the only way to defeat the darkness is to confront it head-on." Anna turned and ran toward the darkness, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching night. I felt the pull of her bravery, a fierce longing to follow her into the abyss. But what awaited us? What awaited anyone who dared to face the vampire of our fears? The shadows thickened, swirling around us like a tempest, and I could feel the heartbeat of the ancient tales thrumming in my very bones, urging me to step forward, to face whatever lay ahead. I remember the cold grip of night, the taste of fear mingling with the sweetness of defiance, and in that moment, I understood, the vampire was always there, lurking in the corners of our lives, waiting for us to confront it. The village held its breath, caught in the grip of tension, and I realized that this was not just a tale of terror, but a profound reflection of ourselves, a reminder that we are both hunter and hunted, light and shadow. The night awaited, and I could feel its hunger. The moon hung low, a silver coin suspended in a black velvet sky. In the village of Cresty, its glow cast elongated shadows that danced along the cobblestone paths, whispering secrets better left unspoken. I remember the chill, a malevolent breath that curled around my spine like a lover's grip, tight, suffocating. And there, in the heart of the village, stood a wooden cross, stark and unyielding, a sentinel against the dark. Myra knelt before it, her hands trembling, palms pressed together in desperate prayer. A prayer that twisted in the wind, wild and unkempt, clawing at the edges of her sanity. She had heard the stories of the undead rising from their graves, of blood-sucking fiends that feasted on the living. Yet fear gripped her heart not just for herself but for her brother, Andre, who had strayed too close to the edge of the abyss. "I can't lose him," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustle of leaves. Not like Mother. The memory of her mother's frail body, pale and lifeless, haunted her. The finality of that moment still echoed in her chest. Time hadn't healed the wound, it festered, a ghost that whispered through her dreams. She remembered those dark nights when the shadows danced on the walls, telling tales of betrayal and loss. Every tick of the village clock, an agonizing reminder of the minutes slipping away. There was a heaviness in the air, thick and oppressive, as if the very essence of the earth held its breath. I could feel it, the weight of their unspoken fears, the way they clung to the cross like it was their last chance at salvation. But salvation, like an elusive wisp of smoke, always slipped through their fingers. Meanwhile, Andrei stood at the edge of the forest, where the trees loomed like ancient sentinels, gnarled and twisted. Each branch a skeletal arm reaching out, beckoning him closer. His heart pounded, a war drum in the silence, a call to arms against the monsters that lurked in the dark. He had heard the whispers too, the tales of the Strigo, the restless dead who roamed the earth, seeking vengeance, or worse, craving the warmth of life. "Do you hear that?" he muttered to himself, the shadows wrapping around him like a cloak. From the depths of the forest, a voice called, a siren song of longing and despair. It pulled at him, urging him to step deeper into the abyss. He was terrified and enthralled, caught in a tumultuous dance between dread and desire. "I'm not afraid." He buried his fear beneath bravado, but his palms were slick with sweat. Yet, there was the truth, he was afraid. Afraid of becoming what he hunted, of losing himself to the darkness that beckoned with such insistent allure. His thoughts spiraled into the depths of his mind, where the echoes of Christianity clashed with the ancient pagan roots that still throbbed in the land beneath his feet. A world where crosses fought against the shadows, yet temptations lingered like the scent of decay. As night thickened, the village murmured with restless energy, a collective heartbeat drumming in sync with Myra's rising anxiety. "If you do not return by dawn," she whispered to the night, her breath hitching, a knot forming in her throat. Each word a plea, a desperate wish, for the safety of her brother. And yet, there was an unsettling thrill in her chest, a dark curiosity. What if he did return, but not as he was? What if the darkness claimed him, and he returned changed, a stranger wearing her brother's face? The air turned electric, each moment stretching into eternity. Shadows merged and twisted into grotesque forms, flitting between the trees like phantoms. Andrei, lost in thought, felt their eyes upon him, an audience to his turmoil. They whispered tales of betrayal, of those once loved who became vengeful spirits. He could almost hear his mother's voice, warning him of the night's treachery, linking blood to the eternal cycle. But Myra's prayer lingered in the air, intertwining with his thoughts, "Protect him, Lord. Protect my brother." With each syllable, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps faith could shield him, a fragile barrier against the darkness that sought to engulf him. But faith was a double-edged sword, sharp and unforgiving. It promised salvation yet demanded sacrifice. The moon, now a witness to their struggles, cast a pale light on the ground, illuminating the unseen horrors beneath. The rustling leaves seemed to laugh, mocking their fears, wrapping them in a shroud of uncertainty. Fear turned to defiance, and Andrei stepped forward, heart racing, drawn by the siren call of the forest. He could feel the temptation coil around him, a whisper softening his resolve. "I will face whatever dwells within," he declared, though a tremor betrayed his bravado. He stepped onto the path that led deeper into darkness, the trees closing in, shadows swallowing the light. It was then that he realized he wasn't just chasing tales of the undead, he was confronting his own demons, the very essence of his soul laid bare against the relentless night. Back in the village, Myra felt it, an electric surge, a connection that transcended the distance. She could almost hear his heartbeat echoing through her veins, every pulse a reminder of their bond. But with every heartbeat came fear, bitter and sweet. She clung to the hope that faith would prevail, yet a gnawing doubt wormed its way into her mind. What if Andrei succumbed to the darkness? What if he became the very monster they feared? The air thickened with anticipation, each second stretching into an eternity, a countdown to an unspeakable truth. The clash of faith and darkness echoed through the village, reverberating with every heartbeat, every breath. The night held its breath, teetering on the edge of revelation, a moment when shadows would reveal their hand, and the true horror of their legends would come alive. In the depths of the forest, Andrei felt it too, the weight of expectation, the looming dread of destiny. The moonlight flickered and waned, illuminating a path fraught with peril. He was no longer just a boy, he was the embodiment of the legends that whispered through the ages, a soul caught in a struggle between light and dark, between life and the relentless hunger of death. And as the first hints of dawn began to bleed into the horizon, he took another step forward, deeper into the darkness. The clock struck midnight, piercing the silence that draped over the village like a shroud, its echo vibrating through the marrow of the earth. I remember the air thick with frost, each breath hanging like a whispered secret, fragile and trembling. The village lay cloaked in darkness, a husk of its former self, and within that stillness, a pulse thrummed, a heartbeat echoing from the depths of the shadows. Myra stood at the edge of the forest, her heart a wild creature, clawing at her ribcage, begging for release. She could feel the weight of the ancient oaks behind her, their gnarled limbs reaching out like fingers, craving her warmth, yearning for the life she still possessed. The moon glowed above, a pale eye, watching, judging, as she recalled how her life had spiraled into this nightmare. Her brother, Alexei, had been lost to the darkness, a victim of the unholy whispers that danced through the night, drawing fragile souls into a blood-soaked embrace. The unease settled into her bones as she remembered him, laughing, carefree, before the night took him. The howls of the wolves pierced the silence, jagged wails that seeped into her skin, a symphony of sorrow and dread. She could almost hear Alexei's laughter, a ghostly echo that felt like shards of glass in her heart. The villagers had spoken of a creature haunting the woods, a vampire, they called it, a monster wrapped in the allure of death. Each tale told was a thread woven tighter into the fabric of fear, painting the creature as both seductive and terrifying. She shivered, feeling the chill creep into her bones, and for a moment, doubt gnawed at her. What if the tales were true? What if the beast lurking in the shadows had taken him? But she needed to know. The ache of loss burned brighter than her fear. She stepped into the darkness, the crunch of leaves beneath her feet a sharp reminder of her own fragility. Each step echoed with the names of those who had disappeared, names that had become whispers on the wind. The path twisted and turned, each bend revealing more shadows that danced and flickered, taunting her resolve. And then she saw him. Alexei stood there, illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon, pale and ethereal, his eyes glistening like obsidian. Myra, he whispered, the sound a melody that tugged at her heartstrings. But there was something off, a coldness in his features that sent a jolt of terror through her veins. He reached for her, fingers brushing against her cheek, and in that fleeting touch, she felt the chill of the grave. I remember you, she stammered, her voice trembling. You left me. You promised you would never leave me. His smile was a haunting shadow, devoid of warmth. I had to become what I was meant to be, he murmured, each word slicing through her like a dagger. We are more than what we seem. You can join me, sister. Embrace the night. No. The denial erupted from her, raw and desperate. You're not him anymore. You're just a monster. From behind the trees, the whispers grew louder, and Myra turned, heart racing. The villagers, drawn by the stories of the creature, had come to reclaim their own. Each face twisted with fear, some clutching crosses, others armed with makeshift weapons. They had stitched their lives into a narrative of horror, decades of tales sewn into their hearts. But now, it was not just a story. It was flesh and bone, and it was hunting. Among them stood Victor, a man scarred by loss, haunted by his own memories of a love stolen by the night. He had watched her mother vanish, lost to the seduction of the shadows. His heart, once full of hope, had turned to ash. Myra, he shouted, desperation lacing his voice. Step back. He's not your brother anymore. The air thickened with tension, electricity crackling like a storm about to break. Myra was caught between the echoes of what was and the horrifying truth of what had become. Alexei, she screamed, but the name fell flat as he recoiled, the humanity in his eyes flickering like a candle caught in a draught. Around her, the villagers advanced, weapons raised, each face a mask of fear and fury. He has taken enough from us," Victor cried, his voice breaking, the weight of his grief spilling into the night. "We cannot let him take another." Myra felt the ground beneath her tremble, the echoes of past lives colliding in a cacophony of sorrow and vengeance. The vampire had not come to steal just her brother, he had come to devour their memories, to rewrite their fates into a tapestry of despair. She looked into Alexei's eyes, searching for the warmth that had once been there, desperately grasping at the thread of their bond. "Please, come back to me." But the monster smiled again, a cruel twist of lips that spoke of desires unsated and bloodlust unquenched. "You cannot save me, dear sister. I am beyond salvation. Join me in this eternity, we could be so much more." Every heartbeat echoed with the weight of choices unmade, each second stretching into infinity. The sky darkened, the cloud swirling like a tempest about to unleash its fury, mirroring the chaos inside her. Victor's grip on his weapon tightened, his knuckles white with resolve. "I will not let you take her," he vowed, and the determination in his voice sparked something inside her, a flicker of bravery igniting in the depths of her fear. But what if she could save him? What if love could pierce through the darkness? She clutched her chest, feeling the pulse of her heart, a steady rhythm of battle against despair. "I remember the boy who used to chase butterflies," she pleaded, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I remember the joy in your laughter. Come back to me." The wind howled, shrieking through the branches, a mournful wail echoing the conflict within her. Shadows converged, and as the villagers advanced, a primal instinct surged within her. She could feel it, the pull of something ancient, something that thrived in the dark. The vampire stood there, a paradox of beauty and terror, her brother lost in the depths of his own darkness. And just like that, the moment stretched taut, suspended in time, the clash of past and present caught in the storm. Would she let go of her brother? Would she face the monster that had stolen him away? The night whispered secrets, each breath a reminder that the shadows were hungry, and the taste of blood laced the air with temptation. No resolution, only the fire of conflict burning in the night, the yearning for lost connections and the dread of what comes next. The villagers gathered, their determination a palpable force, ready to unleash hell upon the creature that had taken so much, while the shadows swirled, hungry for more. The moment elongated, twisting, morphing into a battle between the heart and the darkness. Would love conquer the night, or would it succumb to the primal pull of despair? In the depth of that midnight hour, a reckoning loomed, a choice teetering on the edge of oblivion, where the line between love and terror blurred beneath the cold gaze of the moon. The night hung heavy, a suffocating blanket of darkness, punctuated only by the flickering light of a single candle that danced like a frightened child. Shadows stretched across the cold stone walls, whispering secrets of a world long forgotten. I stood there, heart pounding, as the wind howled like a ghost, clawing at the edges of my sanity. The air was thick with dread, an unshakable sense that something was watching, waiting. I couldn't breathe. I felt it, an ancient presence, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision, creeping into my thoughts. In the corner, I saw them. Two figures caught in a moment of despair and longing, their silhouettes trembling against the flickering light. Anna, her dark hair cascading like a raven's wings, was clutching a tattered diary, her fingers stained with ink and fear. Beside her stood Vlad, eyes like a stormy sea, brimming with secrets he dared not share. They were entangled in a dance of emotions, each heartbeat a drum echoing the weight of their shared trauma, each sigh a plea for salvation. "I can't let you go," Anna whispered, her voice a fragile thread that quivered in the night. "Not again. Not like before." Vlad's gaze was locked on hers, a tempest of regret and desire swirling within. "But what if I become what you fear? What if I am?" His voice trailed off, leaving the question hanging like a noose around their hearts. The truth was a ghost that haunted them both, an ancestral curse that clawed at the edges of their souls. I remember nights spent shivering in my bed, the tales of the Striga wrapping around me like a chilling fog. They spoke of the restless dead, rising from their graves, mouths dripping with the blood of the living. I would imagine the ancestors, their hollow eyes searching for warmth, for comfort, for the love they lost in life. Maybe that was what drove Vlad, the hunger for connection, for the taste of life he could no longer experience, a vampire trapped in the cycle of his cursed existence. Anna's breath hitched as the candle flickered, and she dropped the diary, pages fluttering like frantic moths in the dark, desperate to escape. You don't understand, Vlad. Every night I hear them, the whispers of the dead. They call to you. They want you back. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she took a step closer, closing the distance between them, but the space felt as vast as the cosmos. Vlad's hands clenched into fists, the pain of his own nature twisting within him like a knife. And what if they take me? What if I can't come back? You think I want this? You think I chose this life? The wind howled louder, as if mocking his pain, echoing his turmoil through the empty halls. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, Anna continued, her voice trembling. About the vampires that walk among us. How they wear the faces of the ones we love. To touch them is to invite death. But to let you go is to lose the last piece of my heart. The words hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating and intoxicating, wrapping around them both. Suddenly, a chill swept through the room, the shadows deepening, twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to watch with hungry eyes. Time felt suspended, the ticking of the clock reverberating like a heartbeat echoing their fears. Each tick was a reminder, a countdown to a confrontation that neither of them was ready to face. Do you know what you're asking? Vlad's voice cracked, a raw edge of desperation surfacing. To love me is to court death. The tales speak of the kiss of the vampire, the coldness that seeps into your veins, transforming you, enslaving you. I am the monster in the dark, Anna. I'm not merely a myth. I am the nightmare that crawls into your dreams. Anna stepped back, the air between them heavy with unshed emotions. But isn't love worth the risk? Isn't it worth dancing with the monster, even if it means facing the darkness? Her words were a thread of hope, a flickering candle in the abyss. Outside, the wind roared, a symphony of despair and longing, as if it were the very voice of the Strigo, calling for Vlad, beckoning him back into the depths of the night. I could feel the tension thrumming in the air, a taut string ready to snap. Every heartbeat was a reminder of their closeness, yet the abyss between them felt insurmountable. Love is a dark joke, he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. It cradles you, then shatters you into shards of your former self. I don't just risk your life, I risk your soul. The shadows laughed, a sound like brittle bones cracking underfoot. Anna's defiance flickered like the candle, but a spark of determination ignited in her eyes. Then let me face it. I'd rather confront the darkness than live in the light without you. With that, she stepped forward again, her heart a drumbeat against the silence, her fear morphing into something fierce, something beautiful. The air crackled, an electric pulse that ignited the tension between them. They were two souls caught in a battle of wills, the weight of history and myth pressing down like a heavy shroud. I remember when the stories were just that, stories, I murmured, becoming a silent witness to their anguish. But here, in this moment, they breathe. They live. Shadows and ghosts entwined with flesh and blood. The clock struck midnight, and an unearthly silence enveloped the room. In that suspended moment, the world outside faded away, leaving only the haunting dance of yearning and fear. Everything hung in the balance. Anna reached for Vlad, her fingers trembling, poised at the precipice of danger and desire. The candle sputtered, casting a last flickering light, illuminating the path toward an unknown destiny, as the shadows whispered their secrets, beckoning them toward a truth they could not yet understand. In the heart of the storm, they stood, waiting, wanting, and wondering, as the night wrapped around them like a lover's embrace, promising both ecstasy and despair. And as I watched, I knew this tale was only beginning, tangled in the threads of mythology and reality, a tale woven with the dark desires that bind us all. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a grim symphony echoing through the narrow streets of a forgotten village. A young woman, pale and trembling, clutched a fraying shawl around her shoulders, her breath visible in the frigid air. She could hear them, the whispers that slithered through the darkness, curling around her like a serpent. They spoke of ancient horrors and blood-soaked legends, tales spun from the trembling lips of those who had faced the unthinkable. You must not linger in the night, they said. The shadows are hungry. Her heart thundered, a frantic drum in her chest. This was no ordinary night, it was the eve of the feast, the night when the line between life and death blurred, and the stories came alive. She was supposed to feel safe, but the air crackled with something sinister. It danced through the fog, coiling, wrapping its cold fingers around her throat. "I remember," she whispered, "the tales my grandmother told me." They swirled back to her, vivid fragments of her childhood, of fireside stories that sent shivers racing down her spine. A creature with porcelain skin, its eyes like burning coals, lurking just beyond the edge of the woods. The images haunted her still, tugging at the edges of her mind. Across the village square, a young man, Thomas, fidgeted beneath the weight of expectation. The townsfolk had always looked to him for strength. He was the brave one, the one who would confront the darkness. But inside, he was an unraveled thread, a tapestry of doubts and fears. "I can't do this," he thought, his hands trembling around the hilt of a dagger, a mere symbol of his resolve. "Not tonight." He saw her then, the woman he had loved since childhood, the one who filled his dreams with light. Yet here she was, shrouded in the shadows, the very embodiment of the folklore that taunted him. "Do you believe in the stories?" he called out, his voice a blade cutting through the silence. "Do you think they're real?" Her gaze met his, a flicker of understanding igniting between them, a pulse of shared fear. "I can't shake the feeling that they are," she replied, her voice trembling. They were warnings, lessons wrapped in the guise of playful tales. But Thomas was lost in the depths of his memory, recalling how they used to laugh under the stars, how their dreams felt brighter before the weight of their shared reality pressed down like a leaden shroud. "Those stories, they shape us," he said, bitterness clinging to his tongue. "They tell us who we are, what we fear." And then, the air shifted, heavy with the weight of foreboding. There was a rustle in the trees, a low growl that reverberated deep within their bones. The villagers gathered, their faces pale, eyes wide with terror. Old tales surged forward, sinking their teeth into the present. "The bloodsucker, they say," an elder croaked, stepping into the dim light of the flickering torches. "It hungers for the young, for the innocent." The words dripped like poison, infecting the air with dread. The villagers held their collective breath, eyes darting toward the shadows as if expecting the moon to burst with the truth. "They bathed only once a year," the elder continued, his laughter a chilling echo. So yes, romance was earthy. Thomas couldn't help but choke on a nervous laugh, but it caught in his throat. The absurdity of it all, the darkness intertwined with humor, created a jagged edge in his heart. "Are we to become the story?" he murmured, half to himself, half to the woman who had haunted his dreams. The night deepened, and with it, the shadows thickened. The world felt like it was folding in on itself, and time twisted, a clock unwound. What if folklore is just a stratagem of our fears? The woman pondered, her brow furrowed as she stared into the distance. An echo of what we've forgotten, or perhaps, what we've become. Or what we will become, Thomas interjected, his voice rising above the whispers of the crowd. The tales weighed heavily upon him, each one a thread weaving into the tapestry of their lives. What if the monster is not out there, but within us? What if we are the creation of our own fears? A chill swept through the gathering, and gasps rippled through the villagers like the crackling fire that flickered ominously at the center. The folklore of vampires, of blood and betrayal, had transformed them, twisted their reality into something grotesque. They had become the frightened, the hunted, desperate to cling to the narratives they were born into, even as they threatened to consume them. And then, just when hope felt like a fragile wisp in the suffocating dark, the ground trembled with a low growl. The air thickened, charged with the promise of inevitability. A figure emerged, cloaked in shadow, a silhouette against the night sky, a creature formed from the very stories that haunted their dreams. Thomas felt a rush of adrenaline ignite his veins, the adrenaline of a heart racing toward confrontation. The stories were real, he could see it, feel it breathe, taste the coppery tang of fear on his tongue. "We have to face it," he shouted, his resolve hardening, the warmth of courage blooming in his chest. "No," she cried, fear piercing through her voice like a blade. "We can't fight what we've become." But it was too late. The air erupted with tension, and the creature lunged, its hunger palpable, a harbinger of all the blood-soaked tales that had echoed through time. In that moment, as they stood together, heartbeats synchronized in a frantic rhythm, they realized the truth. Folktales had shaped their lives, sewn their fears into the very fabric of their existence. Shadows danced on the walls of their minds, whispering, taunting, reminding them that the greatest monsters often wore familiar faces. As Thomas and the woman braced for the fierce collision of despair and hope, they understood that the stories would never end, they would only shift, morphing into something darker, something deeper. The night was alive, an eternal loop of creation, and in that haunting moment, they became part of it. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a dark well, its light barely piercing the thick shroud of fog that blanketed the village. I could hear the whispers of the night, insidious and cold, curling around me like the fingers of a long-dead lover. The air tasted like rust and dread, and beneath it all, a pulse, a heartbeat, thudding in the silence, a blacksmith's hammer that summoned shadows. "Greta, don't go out there." The voice came from inside, trembling, each syllable an icy dagger that pierced my resolve. But the pull of the night gnawed at my insides, a ravenous beast demanding to be fed. I remember the tales. I remember the hushed voices in the tavern. "The vampire walks among us," they said, their eyes wide, feverish with fear. "He preys on the weak, the lost." But who was the predator and who the prey? It was my brother, Anton, who believed in absolutes. He was a sturdy rock in my tempestuous sea, a fortress built of moral codes and old-world wisdom. "You can't fight the darkness, Greta," he would say, his brow furrowed like a deep riverbed etched by centuries of drought. "You have to heed the warnings." Yet, I felt exhausted by his warnings, shackled by his fear. My heart was a drumbeat of rebellion, pounding against the cage of his watchful eye. The moonlight flickered like a dying spark as I stepped into the embrace of the night. Each breath filled my lungs with death's perfume, the scent of damp earth and fading stars. The village was sleeping, but I was wide awake, caught in a trance. The trees loomed like sentinels, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky, as if they too knew the secret, the horror that waited just beyond the veil of shadows. And there it was. A figure, cloaked in darkness, standing still as a stone, eyes like twin coals, smoldering with ancient hunger. I froze, heart racing, a wild stallion galloping through the fields of my mind. It was not the vampire of legend, but something far worse, a reflection of my own fears, my own desires, twisted and turned in the mirror of night. "Fear is a disease, you know," it crooned, voice oozing smooth as honey yet sharp as a guillotine's blade. "A hunger that gnaws at your insides. But morality, my dear, is a cage. Shall we break it together?" I stumbled back, gasping, memories crashing over me like storm waves. Anton's voice echoed in the tempest, "It's only a story." But stories are powerful, aren't they? They shape our realities, sketch our futures with the darkness of our imaginations. A rustle behind me, Anton. His features were a blend of anger and fear, a tempest of emotions raging against the calm of the night. "You shouldn't have come here, Greta." I could see it in his eyes, that flicker of doubt, the battle between brotherly love and the creeping shadow of fear. "You can't save me, Anton. You can't save anyone. Not from this." My voice was a fragile thread, barely holding together my fraying sanity. The vampire stepped forward, the tendrils of its presence wrapping around my brother, suffocating him in the very air he breathed. "What's wrong, Anton? Are you afraid of the dark truths? Of the sins that linger in the corners of your conscience?" I felt Anton falter, the weight of his convictions crashing down like a rotted bridge underfoot. "No. This is a trick," he shouted, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. The vampire swirled around him, an intoxicating dance of shadows and whispers. In that moment, I realized the truth: fear is the greatest weapon, and morality can be a double-edged sword. Anton's rigid belief in good and evil was a prison, while I had wandered freely into the abyss, embracing the chaos. "You don't see," I breathed, desperate for him to understand. "You don't see that the vampire is not just outside, but within us all." The creature grinned, revealing teeth like ivory daggers, glimmering in the pale moonlight. "Ah, how deliciously profound. Fear and morality, entwined like lovers in a midnight dance." What will you choose, dear Greta? The comfort of ignorance or the agony of truth? The air thickened, heavy with expectation. I could feel my heart thrumming against my ribcage, a wild animal longing for freedom. You think you're offering me power? I roared, finding my voice amidst the chaos. You think you can seduce me into darkness? I already know of the shadows that lurk in my soul. A chilling laugh echoed through the night, a sound that raised the hairs on my neck. Then you understand, don't you? The vampire is not just fear but the embodiment of our choices, the manifestation of our deepest desires and regrets. What will you do with this knowledge? And then I saw it, the glimmer in Anton's eyes, a flicker of understanding mingled with horror. His moral compass was spinning wildly, lost in the tempest of doubt. Greta, he whispered, reaching for me, but his hand trembled, uncertain. We have to go back. We can't let it consume us. But as I stared into that abyss, I felt a pull, an invitation to dance with my darkness. Maybe it's too late for that, I murmured, feeling the weight of inevitability settle over me like a shroud. Choose, the vampire hissed, breath hot and laced with the scent of decay, as if the very essence of night was alive within it. The air crackled, a taut wire strummed by unseen fingers. Choose fear or embrace the truth. The ground quaked beneath our feet, a violent heartbeat that reverberated through the night. The moon, a witness to our struggle, reflected the turmoil within us. I looked at Anton, his face a canvas painted in despair, and I understood, we were both caught in the web of our making, each thread a choice, each choice a consequence. Anton, standing firm yet faltering, and me, a tempest of rebellion and longing. The vampire, an eternal spectator, watched with hungry eyes, waiting for the moment we would either break or be broken. And the night stretched on, a living entity, wrapping around us, tighter and tighter, until we were one with its darkness, a choice yet to be made, a truth yet to be uncovered. The air crackled with tension, a pulse surged within the depths of our souls, and the story twisted and turned, a never-ending cycle of fear and morality, drawing us deeper into the void, into the heart of night. The stillness of the night wrapped around the village like a shroud, thick and suffocating. The moon hung low and pale, a watchful eye peering over the thatched roofs of wooden homes, casting long, treacherous shadows that danced with the whispers of lost souls. I stood there, heart pounding, a fragile figure against the oppressive darkness, and in that moment, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a glimmering shadow flitting between the trees. I barely breathed, waiting, trembling on the edge of a nightmare I could not escape. I remember the stories they told by the fire, tales of the blood drinkers that roamed the night. We laughed nervously, clutching our mugs of warm mead, pretending the heat could ward off the chill creeping into our bones. But now, as the chill seeped into my very marrow, I felt the weight of those tales pressing down on me. I was not alone, my sister, Anya, stood beside me, her wide eyes reflecting the same terror I felt. She was always the brave one, a firebrand with a spirit that danced like the flames. But now, her courage faltered, and I could see it, the quiver of her lip, the way she clutched the cross around her neck, a talisman against the dark. What if it's real, she whispered, and the words hung in the air like an omen. The villagers had spoken of sightings, eyes glowing like embers in the dark, figures that glided silently among the graves. I remembered old Ivan, his voice trembling as he recounted the night he saw a thing, pale and ethereal, hovering above the ground, its gaze fixed on him, hungry and eternal. I shook my head, desperate to erase the memory, but it clung to me, refusing to let go. And then, in the distance, came the sound, an echo, a rustling. A branch snapped, sharp and sudden. Anya gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. My heart raced, each beat a drum urging me to run, to flee from whatever dark fate loomed ahead. But I stood rooted, drawn by an unseen force, as if the night itself had wrapped its fingers around my heart and squeezed. The graveyard, Anya breathed, her voice barely a whisper, but it pierced through the fog of fear. The old cemetery lay just beyond the edge of the woods, shrouded in shadows and secrets. We must go. The air grew colder, the silence more oppressive. I felt the weight of history bearing down on me, centuries of fear etched into the very soil. We stumbled into the graveyard, where the headstones stood like sentinels, guarding the remnants of lives once lived. each carved name a testament to the fleeting nature of existence, each date a reminder of mortality. Yet, among the graves, it was not the departed that haunted my thoughts, but the terror that lurked in the shadows, waiting to rise. In the dimness, we saw him, Victor, the village outcast, a man whose very name had become synonymous with fear and loathing. He had been found wandering the forest in the dead of night, wild-eyed and gaunt, claiming the dead spoke to him, that he had been chosen. Chosen for what? We had all wondered, watching from our windows as he roamed the streets, his shadow a dark stain on our otherwise quaint little town. Now, he stood before us, a spectre with hollow cheeks and ravenous eyes. "Help me," he croaked, and the word slithered into the night, wrapping around my heart like a vice. I felt the weight of his despair, the unspoken torment that had driven him to the edges of reason. "They come for me. They will take me into the night." Anya stepped forward, her bravery ignited by his desperation. "What do you mean?" she asked, the tremor in her voice betraying her fear. "Who comes?" He looked over his shoulder, eyes darting as if the very night itself conspired against him. "The ones who hunger. They thirst for what we hold dear." I felt a shudder pass through me, a chill that crept into my bones, whispering of ancient truths, of bloodlines intertwined with darkness. I could see it in his gaze, a reflection of my own hidden fears, the terror that lay coiled within us all. The stories were real, etched into the very fabric of our being, like the faded carvings on those crumbling gravestones. "What do we do?" I managed to whisper, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. "Fight," he said, voice cracking. "Or succumb to the darkness." The night seemed to pulse with an unearthly energy, wrapping itself around us, drawing us into its depths. The wind rose, a mournful wail that carried with it the weight of centuries, a warning, a lament. I felt the air shift, heavy with the presence of something not of this world. Something that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the blood-soaked earth where battles had raged, and the innocent had perished. I looked at Anya, my brave sister, and saw the flicker of resolve in her eyes. A spark ignited in my chest, a desperate hope mingled with the fear, and in that moment, I knew we could not turn back. We had to confront the darkness, not just for ourselves, but for the souls trapped in its grip. Together, we stepped deeper into the graveyard, into the unknown, where shadows held their breath and the air crackled with anticipation. The tales were no longer just tales, they were woven into our very existence. The night was alive, and we were but fragile beings standing at the precipice, teetering between light and dark, life and death. In that stillness, a truth emerged, simmering beneath the surface. We were bound to this darkness, our fates intertwined with the very thing we feared. Our hearts beat as one, a drum announcing our passage through realms unseen, where the echoes of history danced with the whispers of the damned. The night called to me, a siren song of blood and shadows, and as we moved forward, I felt the pulse of eternity vibrating through my veins, a haunting melody that would not let us go. The moon hung low, a sickle of silver slicing through the thick, suffocating darkness of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets of souls long lost. I could hear my heart thrumming in my chest, a frantic song of fear laced with the taste of adrenaline. "Do you hear it?" Katia's voice was barely above a whisper, trembling as she clenched my arm. The chilling rustle of leaves sent shivers racing along my spine. It wasn't just the wind. Something was out there, lurking, waiting. I could feel it, an ancient evil breathing down our necks. I remember the tales that curled like smoke around the campfire, tales spun from the fear of the night. My grandmother's voice, cracked and weathered, recounting horrors buried under the frost of 100 winters. "They walk among us," she had said, a warning etched in every syllable. "The vampires, the strigo. They feast on the blood of the living." But Katia didn't need to hear those tales to feel the weight of dread pressing down on her. She was a hunter, a slayer of the night, but tonight, she felt more like prey. Her bow, taut with the tension of unspent violence, seemed to waver in her hands, a flickering candle in a gathering storm. What if we're wrong? The question hung in the air like a spectre, taunting us. What if it's not a vampire, but something worse? Silence answered, thick and suffocating, until it was shattered by a bone-chilling howl that raked across the night. My breath caught in my throat, a visceral reminder of our mortality. It was a sound that echoed the fears locked deep within us, clawing its way to the surface. I turned to face the darkness, the trees looming like silent sentinels, waiting for the inevitable. "Look!" I barked, pointing to the left, where shadows danced like ghosts before the jagged outline of a crumbling cottage. It was a place steeped in legend, where brave souls had once set forth to confront the darkness, armed with nothing but sharpened stakes and the weight of their conviction. It had been a hunting ground for centuries, and now it felt like the maw of some great beast, hungry and eager. Katia stepped forward, her resolve hardening like steel. There was a fire in her eyes, but it flickered precariously, threatening to go out. "We have to check it out. We can't run from our fears." I wanted to scream, to pull her back into the safety of the shadows, but I knew better. The hunter within her was stronger, and I was merely the echo of doubt, a flickering candle in a darkened room. Together we approached the cottage, the door creaking open with a sound like a death knell. Inside, the air was thick with dust and despair, remnants of lives once lived. A single, crooked chair sat alone in the corner, its legs gnawed by time. "This place feels wrong," I murmured, but Katia was already scanning the room. She was searching for signs, bloodstains, claw marks, anything that would confirm what we both feared. Then came the smell, a heavy, metallic scent that clung to the walls like a ghost. It was the odor of death, of something that had been here long after the last breath had been taken. I recoiled, feeling the bile rise in my throat. "We should go," I whispered, but Katia only tightened her grip on her weapon, her determination carving lines into her brow. "Not yet. We have to know," she insisted, her voice strong but trembling ever so slightly. There was something electric in her, a dark thrill of anticipation that coursed through her veins. I envied it, I craved it. But that thrill was also a curse, tethering her to the edge of danger like a marionette dancing to a sinister tune. A sound broke through the thick silence, a soft scuttling, like nails on wood. My heart leapt to my throat, and I could feel the warmth of fear prickling down my spine. "What was that?" I breathed, my voice barely audible. "Stay close." Her command cut through the air, a lifeline in the storm of uncertainty. I followed her deeper into the darkness, the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around us like a shroud. Every creak of the floorboards echoed like a pulse, thumping in sync with the terror surging within me. Then it appeared, a figure emerging from the darkness, pale and ethereal, eyes like burning coals under the flickering candlelight. I recognized the face, twisted in agony and hunger, a visage that haunted the edges of my memories. "Mila," I gasped, my throat tightening with horror. She was a friend, lost too soon, claimed by the very darkness we sought to confront. Killed by the Strigo, I remembered the whispers. Turned into one of them. I could feel the weight of my own grief pressing down, threatening to drown me. Mila's gaze held a strange longing, a pull that threatened to unravel me. My heart broke for her, shattered into 1,000 pieces, each one a reminder of what we could lose. "Don't look at her," Katia hissed, her voice a fraying thread of fear and command. "She's not Mila anymore." Yet I could not tear my gaze away. There was a flicker of the girl I once knew, buried beneath layers of darkness and despair, reaching out to me. I stepped forward, forgetting the danger that lay in her outstretched hand. "Mila? Is it really you?" My voice quivered, a fragile whisper caught in the throes of grief. But the moment I spoke, I felt it, a tide of rage swelling within Katia, a fury that set her alight. "No," she screamed, as if my weakness had lit a match to the powder keg of our fears. Just then, the room exploded into chaos. Shadows twisted and writhed, and the air thickened with despair. I felt the walls close in, my heart racing, spiraling out of control. "We have to fight!" Katia cried, her voice a battle cry that echoed off the walls. "We can't let them take us too." But how do you fight something that feels like a haunting memory, a ghost tethered to the past? The answer slipped through my fingers like grains of sand, leaving only the weight of sorrow and the howl of despair. As the confrontation escalated, I could feel the threads of our lives unraveling, each heartbeat a countdown to something lost, something I could never reclaim. The darkness beckoned, and I knew then that we were caught in an eternal cycle, forever haunted by the choices we made, the lives we lost, and the nightmares that lingered just beyond the veil. In that moment, I understood the depths of our horror, the hunter and the hunted intertwined in a dance as old as time itself, a relentless chase that would never truly end. The vampire's embrace was not just a physical threat, it was an emotional chasm, pulling us into its depths with a seductive whisper, a reminder that even in life's darkest corners, love and loss, light and shadow, would always find a way to converge. The moon continued its watch, a silent witness to our desperate struggle, as fragments of our souls drifted into the night, a haunting echo of what once was and what might still be. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something stale and rotten that clawed at the back of your throat. I stood at the edge of the graveyard, where shadows danced under the flickering light of the moon, and the chilling wind whispered secrets of the dead. It was here, in this forgotten corner of the world, that the living and the undead met, and I could feel the tremors in my soul, the shivering anticipation of a reckoning that had been a long time coming. I remember the night the screams began. They shattered the stillness, a haunting cry that echoed through the streets, sending the townsfolk into a frenzy, eyes wide and hearts hammering, each thump a reminder of our fragile mortality. Clara stood beside me, her hand trembling in mine, the knuckles pale as bone. Her brother, Daniel, had been lost to us just weeks before for a sudden illness, a mere shadow of what once was. Now, they said he roamed the cemetery, a restless spirit unable to find peace. "He's angry," she whispered, her voice cracking like dry twigs underfoot. "Angry at us, angry at the world." The moon hung low, casting long shadows that twisted and turned, as if mocking our fears. I wished I could shake the feeling of dread that clung to my skin. Clara's eyes were wide, glistening with unshed tears, memories of Daniel flickering like candlelight. "What if he needs us?" she implored, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling like the leaves rustling in the night breeze. "What if we're all he has left?" The townsfolk had always warned us of the rituals, the superstitions passed down like cursed heirlooms from generation to generation. They spoke of binding souls, of preventing the dead from returning to wreak vengeance on the living. "You must burn the clothes they wore," they said, "or else they will return to claim what was theirs." I shuddered at the thought, but with Clara's eyes pleading, I felt the weight of her sorrow settle upon me like a shroud. I remembered the tales spun around flickering fires, how the dead could rise with the moon, how each heartbeat could draw them closer, hungry for the warmth of the living. Adults would chuckle nervously, dismissing the old stories, but their faces paled when the clock struck midnight, and the world slipped into shadows. The fear was palpable, a living thing that wrapped around our throats like a noose. I could feel it now, tightening with every passing moment. In the distance, a figure flickered on the edge of the graveyard, a silhouette wrapped in darkness. Clara gasped, clutching my arm tightly. "It's him," she breathed, her voice trembling with both fear and hope. "It's Daniel." The air crackled with something electric, anticipation thrumming like a heartbeat beneath our feet. The graveyard felt alive, stirring with whispers, each stone a witness to the chaos that threatened to consume us. "Wait," I cautioned, a cold dread settling in my gut. "What if it's not him? What if we open that door, and something else comes through?" The warnings echoed in my mind, each syllable a reminder of our frailty, of the thin veil that separated us from the unknown. But Clara's eyes were alight with a fierce determination, a spark ignited by grief that I couldn't extinguish. "I have to know," she said, her voice steady, though her hand was cold as ice. "If he's angry, if he's lost, we have to help him." In that moment, I felt the world tilt, the fragile balance between life and death trembling on the cusp of chaos. As we approached the figure, the moonlight broke across the graveyard, illuminating the face of the man we once loved. It was him, Daniel, but his eyes were hollow, like the depths of an unlit abyss, and his mouth twisted into a grin that made my skin crawl. "You shouldn't have come," he rasped, each word dripping with an otherworldly chill that sent shivers down my spine. "You think you can save me?" Clara took a step forward, tears streaming down her face, a defiance that ignited the night. "We're not afraid of you, Daniel. You're still my brother." Her words, though fierce, were laced with a tremor of desperation, and I could feel the air thick with unspoken fear. But he laughed, a sound that echoed through the cemetery like a death knell, chilling and mocking. You think love can save me? I am no longer your brother. I am a shadow, a whisper in the dark. The ground trembled beneath us, the very fabric of the night closing in, the cemetery a graveyard of souls longing to be freed. I felt the weight of history, of every dead man and woman who had walked among the stones, trapped in their own rituals, their own superstitions. The air grew heavier, suffocating, as Clara screamed, "You are not lost. You are not gone. Come back to us." And in that moment, I saw the truth shimmer beneath the surface. The rituals meant to bind the dead only served to amplify their screams, their anger, their yearning for connection. The shadows around us twisted and writhed, the dead reaching out from the depths of their graves, each soul a fragment of what once was, a testimony to our vulnerability. The moon hung overhead, a silent witness to the unraveling of our lives as Clara faced the darkness, her heart pounding like a drum. I felt helpless, caught in a storm of emotions, each heartbeat a reminder that the line between love and loss was razor thin. "If you want me to go, I will," she declared, but her voice was steady, a fierce defiance rising within her. "But not without you." And as the shadows converged, a hushed silence enveloped us, the world closing in. I could feel the weight of the past, the echoes of grief clawing at our souls. The graveyard pulsed with raw energy, our breaths mingling with the chilling air, each heartbeat a question, each moment a desperate plea. But we were bound by something greater than fear. Love, tenuous and fragile, held us together, and in that darkness, we grasped for light, for hope, for a way to break the cycle of pain that surrounded us. As I watched Clara take a step toward Daniel, I realized that our destinies were forever intertwined. The rituals, the superstitions, they were not mere remnants of a broken past but a haunting reminder that the dead would always hunger for the living, just as we would yearn for them. In the depths of despair, we sought something more than answers. We sought redemption, a way to bridge the chasm between life and death, to banish the shadows that clung to our hearts. And as the air crackled with tension, I knew this was only the beginning of an unending battle against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. The howling wind sliced through the darkness, a shriek that echoed off the trees, announcing the arrival of something ancient, something that lurked in the quietest corners of the mind. A chill snaked down my spine, and I shivered in the cold embrace of night. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled, its mournful cry resonated with my own turmoil, a desperate call for connection amid a world that felt increasingly alien and hostile. I stood there, heart racing, surrounded by the decaying remnants of a village that once thrived under the watchful gaze of a full moon. The cobblestone streets, slick with rain, gleamed like polished obsidian, reflecting the shadows of the past, memories clinging to the air like the heavy fog that rolled in, obscuring everything but the moment. I could almost see her, Anna, her dark hair billowing like a shroud, her eyes glimmering with a mix of fear and determination. She was relentless, chasing ghosts, refusing to accept the darkness that draped over our lives like a funeral veil. "Are you ready?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, almost swallowed by the cacophony of night. I wanted to say yes, to reassure her, but the truth clawed at the back of my throat. How could I be ready when the very essence of our existence felt like a tapestry woven with threads of dread? Beside her stood Ivan, the weight of his sorrow palpable even in the shadows. He had lost so much, the love of his life, his place in our world. Transformations, both gruesome and poetic, had become the fabric of his being. He was a tortured soul, caught in the web of Slavic lore, a tragic hero with blood on his hands, a mirror reflecting the darkness that threatened to engulf us all. I could see it in his eyes, an abyss of regret and sadness, a longing for redemption that felt just out of reach. "I remember," I murmured, my voice trembling, "the stories our grandparents told us by the firelight. Tales of the undead, rising from their graves, thirsty for the warmth of life. They painted them as monsters, but we became fascinated." I paused, the memories swirling around me like autumn leaves caught in a relentless storm. "We romanticized them." Anna's gaze pierced through the fog, her fierce spirit igniting something deep within me. Those stories, the way they transformed over time, they shaped our fears. But now, they shape our reality. She was right. The legends of the vampiric creatures that once roamed our lands were slipping past the boundaries of folklore and into the realm of our lives. They were no longer just tales to scare children into obedience, they had morphed into something darker, more visceral. The echoes of time reverberated in my mind. I could see the villagers, huddled in their homes, candles flickering like dying stars. They believed in the law, the dead rising at dusk, the ancient rituals to ward off the evil. We wore their fear like a second skin, and now, the past was clawing its way back into our present, refusing to be forgotten. I glanced at Ivan, his face a mask of anguish. What if the legends are true? What if we are meant to be their next chapter? A gust of wind blew through the empty streets, a mournful sigh that felt like a warning. We stood at the precipice of something monumental, a convergence of ancient myth and modern existence, and the weight of it threatened to crush us. The old tales had been reborn in a world eager for the macabre, where vampires danced through the pages of novels and flickered on screens, alluring and terrifying. They had become symbols of our deepest desires and fears, embodying the darkness that lives within us all. "I can't let it take me," Ivan whispered, his voice shaking. "I won't let it take you." His resolve was tangible, a raw force that pulsed through the air, igniting a fire in my own heart. The thought of losing him, of letting the shadows swallow him whole, ripped through me like a jagged knife. "I remember the old stories," I said, desperation clawing at my throat. "How love can conquer all, how light can dispel the darkness." But what if, the words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken terror. What if we're meant to rewrite the narrative? The sky darkened further, a canvas smeared with the ink of impending doom. I could feel the atmosphere thicken, a palpable tension rising between us, until it felt almost electric. Anna stepped closer, her hand brushing against mine, grounding me in that moment. Then we fight back. We embrace the legends, not as victims, but as warriors. We take control of our story. With the moon as our witness, we stood together, three flawed souls bound by fate and fear, ready to confront the horrors that awaited us. I could feel history pressing against my chest, begging to be acknowledged, to be understood. The past was alive, swirling around us in a macabre dance, whispering secrets of those who had come before. Yet, with every heartbeat, the shadows grew closer. They whispered sweet nothings, promising power, seduction, immortality. My pulse quickened, an erratic rhythm that matched the nervous energy crackling in the air. I took a step forward, drawn into the abyss, feeling Anna and Ivan's presence like a lifeline, anchoring me against the tide. I remember, I breathed, letting the words wash over us like a soothing balm, the strength we carry, the stories we can still tell. We are not just the sum of our fears, we are the architects of our nightmares. As the trees creaked and the wind howled, we advanced into the uncharted territory of our own making, the boundaries of our reality blurring with the ancient tales that had once ensnared us. We were no longer afraid. We were alive, heartbeats intertwined, racing toward a confrontation that would either free us or bind us forever in the shadows of history. And as the darkness loomed, I realized this was only the beginning. The wind howled through the narrow streets, slicing through the frigid air like a ghostly wail, while shadows danced, flickering ominously on the cobblestones beneath the pale light of the moon. I stood frozen, a witness to the unholy silence that cloaked the village, a silence pregnant with dread and anticipation. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears, a reminder that life and death were but thin veils, easily pierced by the horrors lurking in the darkness. I remember the night I first heard tales of the vampire, the creature that prowled the edges of our existence, a ghastly figure born from nightmares. It was an old woman, her gnarled hands trembling as she spoke, her voice cracking like dry branches. Her words dripped with the weight of centuries, a mossy patina of fear and fascination. "He walks among us," she whispered, her eyes darting as if the very shadows conspired against her. "He feeds not just on blood, but on despair." I remember the chill that tingled down my spine as I caught a glimpse of Lucas, the man I had once loved. He was lurking just beyond the flicker of the flame, his face half hidden in shadows, a mask of torment and longing. The very essence of him felt haunted, as if he had been touched by something ancient and terrible. His laughter was a distant memory, now replaced by a hollow echo. "I thought I knew you," I dared to utter, my voice trembling, uncertain. But beneath his ardent gaze, I felt the weight of a growing darkness. Lucas, once vibrant and alive, now seemed a silent scream against the cold backdrop of our village. The whispers of the townsfolk had taken root in his heart, souring our love with accusations and fear. It was said he had walked too close to the grave, that he had danced with shadows, and now the shadows danced with him. "I can't feel," he murmured, an agonizing confession that echoed through my very soul. I could see it now, the faintest outline of the creature, lurking just out of reach. A figure, tall and gaunt, with eyes like burning coals, igniting an insatiable hunger within. This was no mere monster birthed from folklore, it was a reflection of the despair that had seeped into the very bones of our existence. The villagers huddled in their homes, suffocated by fear, their hearts heavy with tales of blood and betrayal. And then there was Anya, my childhood friend, her laughter now swallowed by the night. She had not escaped the whispers either. They called her a witch, a seductress, claiming she had lured men to their doom. In her eyes, I saw the flicker of defiance amidst despair, a fierce yearning to reclaim her identity from the clutches of the grotesque. "I am not what they say," she cried, her voice piercing the night like a desperate plea for justice. But the fear had already settled in, like a thick fog rolling over the village. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of wood felt laden with unspoken terror. I felt the walls closing in as I stood between them, my heart caught in a vice. Here were three souls tangled in a web spun from superstition and fear, each fighting against the darkness, yet drawn to it like moths to a flame. We gathered by the well, the water still and deep, a mirror reflecting our fear. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. "What if we confront him?" Anya suggested, her voice a blend of hope and dread. "What if we fight back?" I wanted to scream, to tell her the folly of such thoughts, but the words caught in my throat. And then, the moment I had been dreading, the figure emerged from the shadows, drawn to the flickering light of our desperation. Lucas stood rigid, his face a ghostly mask, eyes burning with a mix of longing and hunger. "You shouldn't have come here," he rasped, a chilling echo of the man I once knew. His presence wrapped around us, a tangible entity of fear and desire. Anya stepped forward, trembling yet fierce. "We will not let you consume us," she shouted, defiance radiating from her very being. I clung to her words, a lifeline, as shadows stretched, reaching for our souls. But the stillness shattered, Lucas lunged, a fleeting moment of humanity lost in an abyss of anguish. I could feel the cold grip of despair wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with each breath. "Don't!" I screamed, reaching for him, for the remnants of love that flickered like an ember. But love was a fragile thing against the pull of the void. In a heartbeat, the air thickened, and time seemed to warp, moments stretching into eternity. I could see the ghost of our past, the laughter, the innocence, now marred by a darkness that clung to the very walls of our memories. I wanted to run, to escape the tightening noose of fate, but I was rooted to the spot, a witness to the collision of love and horror. Lucas faltered, his face contorted between the beast he had become and the man I once loved. The flicker of humanity in his eyes waged war against the shadows that whispered promises of power, of immortality. Anya's voice trembled, "You don't have to be this." But the shadows roared back, drowning her words in a cacophony of despair. As the confrontation spiraled, I felt the pull of the abyss, the weight of history pressing down, urging me to succumb to the inevitable. I remember the night, the shattering silence, the anguished cries mingling with the wind, a dirge for lost souls. We were no longer mere villagers, we had become the embodiment of fear, the living echoes of ancient tales. The clock ticked ominously, counting down the seconds until the night would reveal its true horror. And just like that, the moment shifted, a cruel twist of fate that neither I nor Anya could have predicted. The shadows surged, and the air crackled with every unconfessed desire, every hidden fear. And in that paralyzing instant, we stood on the precipice, our souls entwined in a macabre dance of fate, bound together by the very darkness that sought to consume us. The moon hung high, a silent witness to our despair, as we plunged headfirst into a night that would never truly end, a night where the boundaries of love and horror blurred into a haunting twilight. The clock struck midnight, its chime a hollow echo in the empty streets, and I stood there, heart pounding like a desperate prisoner against the silence. Shadows danced and whispered, creeping through the night like memories that won't die. The moon, a pale witness, hung low in the sky, illuminating a small, crumbling manor at the edge of town. The air was thick with tension, like the moment before a storm. I was not alone. Nathaniel lingered in the doorway, his face a mask of anguish, his breath quick and shallow. Behind him, the flickering candlelight cast grotesque shapes upon the walls, ghosts of the past clawing their way into the present. "I can't do this anymore," Nathaniel muttered, a tremor in his voice that sent chills racing down my spine. He was a tortured soul, haunted by the weight of his legacy, the whispers of his ancestors still echoing in his ears. The blood of centuries-old secrets coursed through his veins, and yet, here he was, caught in a web of his own making. I could see it in his eyes, the fear of what he might become, the allure of the darkness that beckoned him. "Is it the curse?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, afraid the shadows would devour my words. "Or is it the hunger?" "It's both," he said, his gaze drifting to the cracked floorboards. "I remember what they said about my great-grandfather. They called him a monster, the vampire of Wexford. They spoke of his insatiable thirst, how he hunted under the cloak of night. They were terrified, and I am terrified too. The truth hung between us, heavy and unbearable. The legends that had taken root in the 18th century were not merely stories, they were a monstrous reality, weaving their chilling influence into the fabric of our lives. I felt the weight of that history pressing down, suffocating. It was more than folklore, it was an ancestral curse, a lineage stained with the blood of the damned. I looked at Lydia, standing a little further back, her expression a mix of empathy and fear. She was a scholar, poring over dusty tomes in candlelit libraries, absorbing the myths like they were air. But they were just stories, Nathaniel. They had to be, she said, her voice trembling. "Right. Stories are often rooted in truth," he replied, his voice cold and distant. "That's what makes them so terrifying." The three of us stood there, a triangle of anguish, each of us grappling with our own fears and desires. Lydia had her obsession with the past, but I had my own shadows to wrestle with. I remembered my own family, how the whispers had followed us too, the long, dark nights spent listening to tales of creatures that hunted the living, of lovers who turned to monsters in the name of despair. I could feel the chill of history wrapping itself around my heart, tightening like a vice. "What if it's true?" I asked, my voice cracking. "What if the legends were warnings? What if the monsters were real?" Nathaniel's eyes glinted with desperation. "It doesn't matter what's true, it matters what we choose to believe." His voice shook with raw emotion, and I could see the battle raging within him. "I can't let this curse define me. I won't." But the shadows crept closer, as if they understood our struggle. They whispered of blood and betrayal, of the horrors that lurked just outside the light. I could almost hear the echoes of the 18th century, of fools who danced with darkness and paid the ultimate price. The air was thick with an electric tension that made my skin prickle. "Remember the tales," Lydia said softly, a glimmer of hope breaking through her fear. "They tell us how to fight back, how to confront the darkness. We can't let it consume us." But what did we really know of darkness? It was seductive, intoxicating, a siren's call that promised power, eternal life, and yet demanded a price too steep to fathom. I could feel it gnawing at my resolve, a hunger I struggled to keep at bay. "We have to choose, Nathaniel," I said, stepping closer, feeling the warmth of his body against the cold night. "We can either succumb to the legends or defy them. But we cannot stand still in the shadows." For a moment, the world around us faded, the echoes of the past whispering in my ears. The clock chimed again, but this time it was a countdown, a reminder that time was slipping away. The moonlight flickered, casting an eerie glow on our faces. I could see the fear etched in Nathaniel's brow, the way he fought against the pull of his bloodline, against the curse of his name. "I remember the stories," he said, voice breaking, anguish pouring from every syllable. "I remember the laughter, the cries, the blood-soaked earth beneath the gallows. I remember them all, and I fear what I might become." "Then fight it," Lydia pleaded, stepping forward with fierce determination. "You're not just a name, not just a shadow of the past. You can redefine what it means to be one of them." As the weight of her words settled, I felt the air shift around us. The shadows paused, just for an instant, as if they too were listening. We were at the precipice, standing on the delicate line between light and darkness, history and choice. The whispers of the 18th century clawed at our resolve, but we were still here, still breathing, still fighting. The flickering candlelight cast wild shapes upon the walls, ghosts, ghouls, and memories swirling together like a tempest. I held my breath, feeling the raw pulse of the moment. This was it, the clash of legacies, the collision of fate and desire. We were all connected, bound by the threads of history, and I could feel the pull of something greater, something terrifying. In the heart of that darkness, I understood, the legends were not merely warnings, they were invitations, inviting us to confront our fears, to face the monsters we carried within. The clock continued to tick, reminding us that every heartbeat was a choice, a declaration of what we would become. And as I looked into Nathaniel's haunted eyes, I knew that the night was far from over. The shadows were waiting, and the confrontation was inevitable. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a dark well, illuminating the frost-bitten streets of a village that had long forgotten the warmth of the sun. I stood at the edge, heart pounding, as whispers of old tales curled around me like the shadows of long-dead ancestors. There he was, Victor, his figure a haunting silhouette against the night, face pale, eyes burning with a hunger I could almost taste. The air shimmered with dread, a tension that wrapped around my throat like a noose, and for a single, suspended heartbeat, I was paralyzed by what I saw. Victor, the man who once filled my dreams with laughter and light, now wore his sorrow like a shroud. I remembered the summer days when he would chase the sun, but that was before the dark descended, before he became a creature of the night, a reflection of Slavic legends that had seeped through the cracks of time. It was all so absurd, so painfully tragic, this twisting of fate. I felt the weight of my own heart, longing to help, yet terrified of the abyss I sensed lurking behind his eyes. I remember the first time I saw him turn, the moment he became something other than human. It was at a festivity, the village alive with laughter, bodies swaying in rhythm to the ancient melodies that seemed to call from the cosmos. Then, suddenly, a scream, sharp, piercing. A figure stumbled from the shadows, blood glistening on their neck, and Victor was gone. Just like that, replaced by a monster. And I was left trembling, grappling with the truth that love, in all its glory, could transform into something grotesque. Myra, my sister, the fierce protector, stood beside me, her resolve as thick as the fog wrapping around the gravestones. She had always been the practical one, the one who brewed herbal tinctures and read the whispers of the stars. But now, she was hollow, chasing the ghost of a brother she could no longer recognize. "We have to save him," she whispered, words barely audible above the rustle of the wind. Those words held a weight that threatened to crush me. Did we even know how? What could save a heart that beat to a different rhythm, a soul ensnared in the clutches of ancient lore? Save him? I questioned, voice trembling. What if he's already gone? My heart sank as I felt the truth of that statement coil around us, tightening like a serpent. I gazed into Victor's eyes, searching for any sign of the boy I once knew. All I found was a pit of darkness, a longing that felt both familiar and foreign, a blend of desire and despair that echoed through the midnight air. Myra stepped forward, her defiance a flickering candle in a storm. "We can't give up on him. Not now." The strength in her words clashed with the terror that clawed at me, a reminder of the love that had once bound us all like a thick, invisible thread. But now that thread was fraying, and the abyss yawned wider with each passing glance at Victor's haunted visage. I could still hear the villagers' murmurs, stories told in hushed tones around their flickering fires. They painted their fears with the brush of tradition, vampires, strigo, creatures of night. And yet, here he stood, a twisted remnant of those tales, and my heart thudded with grief. Who was he now? A monster? A victim? The line blurred like a painting left out in the rain, colors streaking together until nothing remained of the original image. Myra was right about one thing, we could not turn away. Not when Victor's eyes locked onto mine, pleading, lost. A shard of hope ignited within me. "We need to find the law," I said, a whisper catching in the web of our shared horror. "The old tales hold the key." I stumbled over my thoughts, piecing together fragmented memories of stories told by firelight. The myth spoke of redemption, of bloodlines entwined, of love that could either save or doom. The village was a graveyard of secrets, and we had to sift through the ashes of our past to find the truth. With each step deeper into that dark abyss, I felt the weight of my fear as a physical presence, pressing against my chest. Victor shifted, his expression unreadable, a haunting reminder of the path we were treading. Could we love him back into existence, or were we merely chasing shadows? The night thickened, and the air crackled with tension. With every step, I felt the village breathe around us, a heart beating in sync with our own rising anxieties. I remembered the tales of the vampires drawn to the pulse of the living, their hunger a reflection of their own loss. Was that what Victor had become? A shadow of his former self, forever craving what he could no longer possess. The moonlight turned harsh, illuminating the path ahead, revealing glimpses of memories long buried. My thoughts twisted like the branches of the trees overhead, dark and gnarled with fear. I could feel it, the pull of destiny, the gravity of love intertwined with despair. It was a cosmic dance, a collision of worlds, and we were at the center, poised to either fall apart or be reborn. "Victor," I said, my voice trembling, an invocation of everything we had shared. "If you can hear me, fight this. Fight for us." The words hung in the air, vulnerable and raw, a plea that echoed in the silence that followed. He stepped closer, shadows flickering, as if the very fabric of his existence was unraveling. In that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, on love, on loss, on the choices that led us here. My heart raced, a frantic drumbeat against the quiet stillness, and I knew that this confrontation would lead us to the precipice of understanding. The darkness was alive, swirling around us, and I could only hope that somewhere within it, Victor still existed, waiting to return to the light. And so we stood, the night wrapping around us like a shroud, our fates tangled in a web of ancient lore and modern despair. The rise of the vampire was more than a story, it was a reflection of our own demons, our own fights against the shadows that threatened to consume us. This was not merely a battle for Victor's soul, it was a struggle for our own. And in that moment, as the clock struck midnight, I realized that the fight had only just begun. The moon hung low, a silver blade in the obsidian sky, slicing through the dense canopy of twisted trees. I remember the rustle of leaves, sharp and shivering, as if warning me of the evil lurking just beyond the shadows. The village lay silent, too silent. A chill crept into my bones as I stepped closer to the old graveyard, where the earth was freshly turned and the air thick with dread. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, glancing at Anya, her eyes wide, reflecting my own terror. We had chased the ghost stories, the tales of the undead that dripped with mystery like the blood of a freshly caught deer. Each night, the stories of Slavic vampires, the Strigo, the Yupa, rattled in our minds. They thrived in the dark, tormenting the living, their hunger insatiable, their souls as restless as the wind that howled through the graves. Anya had always been the brave one, with laughter that could chase away ghosts, but now she trembled beside me, her fingers digging into the fabric of my coat. What if they're real? The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, filled with the potential for heart-stopping horror. I remember the tales we'd spun, the way we'd laughed about them over mugs of cheap vodka while our friends rolled their eyes. What if, I had said, the real horror is not their bloodlust, but the loneliness that drives them to it? I thought of the Strigo rising from their graves, drawn to the warmth of life, to the beat of a heart that still pulsed. I felt a strange kinship with them, like I understood their longing. But tonight, as shadows twisted into grotesque shapes around us, I felt a real fear in my gut, a gnawing instinct that spoke of blood and betrayal. There was something about the air, thick with the scent of damp earth and the faintest whisper of decay, that made me question the stories I had laughed at. Perhaps not all myths were merely tales spun from dark imaginations. "Look!" Anya's voice cut through the silence, raw and trembling. I followed her gaze, my breath hitching in my throat. There, just beyond the crumbling stones of an ancient mausoleum, stood a figure cloaked in darkness. A man, or was he? His eyes glinted like obsidian, piercing through the veil of night, a predator surveying his prey. In that moment, history collided with the present. I felt the weight of centuries of folklore, of blood-soaked tales and desperate prayers. The Slavic vampires didn't merely haunt the pages of dusty tomes, they breathed, they moved, they watched. Each tale of the vampire's wretched existence in the moonlight, cursed to wander the earth, a soul trapped between worlds, felt achingly personal now. I remember the stories of the Yupa, who could shed their human skin and slither into the night, leaving behind an empty husk that deceived the living. They were not just monsters, they were reflections of our deepest fears, the fear of losing our humanity, of becoming something else, something monstrous. The line between life and death blurred, and I could see it now, in the figure before us. "Run!" Anya's voice broke the spell. We turned, legs pounding against the earth, heartbeats racing as if they wished to escape our chests. But the shadows seemed to stretch and reach for us, the trees whispering warnings in a language only the damned could understand. In that dark flight, I thought of other vampire myths, how they bathed in the blood of innocence, how they charmed their victims into surrendering. My mind flickered to the tales of Western vampires, their elegance and seduction, a stark contrast to the raw, desperate hunger of the Slavic kind. "It's the hunger," I gasped, pushing through the brambles, "it's their desperation that sets them apart." Anya stumbled, and I felt a pang, a rush of protectiveness that clawed at my insides. "I won't let him take you," I shouted, feeling the icy breath of the darkness on our necks. For a moment, the world collapsed into chaos, the trees became monsters, the night a tapestry of terror. But even as we ran, I felt the allure of the Yupa's story calling me, a siren song woven into the fabric of my psyche. They were not mindless beasts. No. They were lost souls, seeking solace in darkness, echoing the loneliness I suppressed with laughter and vodka. I remember the silence that followed our frantic escape, the world suddenly still, as if holding its breath in anticipation. Anya's eyes, wide and terrified, locked onto mine. "What did we just see?" Her voice was a fragile thread, threatening to snap under the weight of understanding. "Just a story," I replied, but even I felt the lie curling in my throat. The line between myth and reality had frayed, and in the darkness, I could feel the pulse of centuries' worth of history echoing through the air. I wanted to tell her that these vampires were more than predators, they were the lost, the forgotten, much like us, trapped in our own lives, haunted by the scars of our past. But the words clung to the back of my throat, buried beneath the weight of a truth too heavy to bear. Anya's hand slipped into mine, a lifeline in the gathering darkness. In that instant, I realized we were not merely fleeing, we were searching for a connection, a thread of warmth in a world that felt increasingly cold. I could almost hear the whisper of the Strigo, lamenting their fate, their voices blending with our own cries of desperation. As dawn broke, bleeding orange and pink into a sky that had been so dark, I felt a shift. The stories of the Slavic vampire intertwined with those of the Western myths I had once dismissed. They were not antagonistic but rather reflections of our own fears and desires, different faces of the same haunting reality of love, loss, and the insatiable yearning for something just out of reach. And as the day embraced us, I knew that the night would return. The hunger would remain. The darkness was not finished with us yet. We had only begun to scratch the surface of its unending tale. The moon hung low, a pale spectre bleeding silver into the cobblestone streets of a town caught between myth and memory. I stood shivering beneath its glow, the chill slithering down my spine like a whisper of something ancient. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, figures wrapped in night, breathing the secrets of centuries. They were here, I could feel it, the whispers of Slavic vampires, the echoes of a world where folklore clawed its way into the marrow of reality. I had always been drawn to the dark corners of history. You study what, my friends would laugh, their voices laced with disbelief. Vampires? Seriously? But they didn't hear the call of the past, the aching desire to understand the monsters that lurked not just in shadows but in the hearts of men. I remembered the stories, my grandmother's voice, a lullaby woven with fear, beware the dusk, for that is when they walk. Then there was Anton, the scholar, the skeptic who wore his rationality like armor. He believed in the power of words, the way they could mold thoughts, craft worlds, and yet, in the dim light of our shared curiosity, he was as much a child of terror as I was. He would scoff at the notion of vampires, but I saw the flicker in his eyes, the way he leaned closer when I spoke of blood oaths and moonlit rites. And there was Yelena, a poet whose heart beat with the cadence of the old country. She danced between worlds, her words a tapestry of longing and despair, yet she shivered at the thought of what lay beneath the surface. She had left her homeland behind, the shadows of her ancestors clinging to her like the scent of wet earth after a storm. They are not monsters, she would say, her voice trembling, they are lost, like us. But tonight, the air was thick with tension, the city alive with an energy that felt almost hostile. As Anton and Yelena stood beside me, a knot of dread twisted in my stomach. We had come to witness the cultural exchange, a masquerade that promised to meld the stories of Slavic vampires with Western literature. It had drawn curious souls from all corners, but I felt like a moth, drawn to a flame destined to scorch. The clock struck midnight, each chime a heartbeat, a pulse echoing through the courtyard. I could taste the anticipation on my tongue, cloying and sweet, as the crowd swirled around us. Faces painted in grotesque masks glimmered in the darkness, their eyes like hungry stars, watching, waiting. What if they come for us? I whispered, half joking, but the tremor in my voice betrayed my fear. Anton laughed, a brittle sound that snapped in the air. What if it's just a story, a parlor game? But I noticed how he clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. The flicker of doubt danced in his gaze. He was a man of reason, yet this night, he felt it too, the tension crackling like static in the air, the threat of something ancient awakening beneath our feet. Yelena, her dark hair cascading like shadows, squeezed my arm. She was both terrified and exhilarated, caught between the thrill of the unknown and the weight of her ancestral legacy. "Do you hear them?" she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, as if saying it aloud might summon the very spirits we haunted. "They are restless." And then, it began. The atmosphere shifted, a pulse throbbing through the crowd as a figure emerged from the depths of the night, shrouded in layers of silk and velvet. He moved with the grace of a predator, eyes glimmering beneath an ornate mask that obscured his features. It was seductive, terrifying. He beckoned with a crooked finger, and I felt my heart hammering, a wild symphony in my chest. "Let the stories collide," his voice rang out, smooth as silk yet laced with a jagged edge. Tonight, the old world meets the new. The crowd surged forward, drawn to him like moths to an insatiable fire. I caught Anton's eye, or his skepticism wavering, the facade cracking. "What if he's more than a storyteller?" he murmured, fear creeping into his voice. We exchanged glances, a silent understanding that tonight, the line between myth and reality was blurring, dissolving like smoke in the air. Yelena stepped forward, her spirit ignited, her words flowing like a river breaking free of its dam. "We are the stories we tell," she cried, her voice a call to arms, a challenge. The figure turned, intrigued, as if her courage had pierced the veil of his dark allure. I watched, breath held, as the audience pulsed around us, a living organism thrumming with energy. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of our collective fear and fascination. I was no longer just an observer, I was caught in the web of this dark dance, ensnared by the shadows of my own curiosity. But then I felt it, a chill that gripped my soul, a whisper in the back of my mind that something was deeply wrong. The figure's eyes locked onto mine, and I was lost in a void, a bottomless pit of hunger and longing that stretched to eternity. It was a hunger I recognized, mirrored in the depths of Anton's skepticism and Yelena's yearning for belonging. In that moment, all the stories collided, a cacophony of voices rising around us. The vampires of old and the new tales crafted in Western pens converged, a whirlwind of fear, desire, and retribution. I remembered my grandmother's words, the way they haunted me, they walk among us, yearning for connection. The crowd was alive, a symphony of gasps and laughter, but beneath it all, the shadows grew darker, deeper. The figure stepped closer, and I could feel the weight of centuries pressing down. "Will you join us?" he asked, and I knew this was not just an invitation, it was a pact, a challenge that could unravel the very fabric of who we thought we were. And just like that, the air thickened, and I stood at the precipice, caught in a maelstrom of shadows and whispers, neither entirely human nor monster. I felt Yelena's hand slip from mine, her voice lost in the swell of bodies, and Anton's face twisted with uncertainty. The night was far from over, it had only just begun, spiraling into a darkness where the lines blurred, where the stories of Slavic vampires and Western literature would intertwine, leaving us all to question who, if anyone, would walk away unscathed. The wind howled through the skeletal trees, a mournful wail that echoed the cries of souls lost to the darkness. Yelena stood at the edge of the forest, her heart racing in her chest, the cold biting through her coat as she clutched the tattered book of folklore tightly. Pages worn and stained, each word a whisper from the past, a ghostly reminder of a heritage that felt both achingly familiar and terrifyingly distant. She could feel the stories of her ancestors, the tales of heroes and monsters, pulsing through her veins like a fever. "I remember," she breathed, barely a whisper against the cacophony of the night. "I remember the tale of the Ruzorka, the water spirit who lured men to their doom with her haunting beauty." The memory struck her like a shard of ice, a reminder that beauty often danced hand in hand with danger, and the line between love and betrayal was as thin as a spider's silk. At her side stood Ivan, his brow furrowed, eyes darting toward the darkened woods as if expecting a specter to emerge. Always the skeptic, he laughed at her obsession with old wives' tales and legends told in hushed tones before the fireplace. But even he couldn't deny the pull of their shared heritage, the way the old stories wrapped around their identities like a heavy cloak, binding them to a past they could neither escape nor fully understand. "Ivan, this isn't just nonsense," she insisted, her voice trembling, raw with urgency. "These stories are us. They live and breathe in our veins, in the very soil of this land. We can't just toss them aside because they don't fit neatly into our modern lives." He shook his head, a smirk attempting to mask his unease. "You mean to tell me that your great-great-grandmother is gonna pop out of the ground and start dancing with us? Sounds like a terrible party." But his laughter faded into an uneasy silence, the shadows creeping closer, as if eavesdropping on their argument. In that moment, the air thickened with tension, pressing down on them like an ominous weight. Yelena's heart pounded, pulse echoing in her ears, drowning out the night sounds. She thought of the stories, the brave knights and wicked witches, the ancestors who'd faced down invaders with nothing but the wisdom of folklore. They had survived the darkness, and she was desperate to believe she could too. Then came the distant sound of a bell tolling, its somber chime slicing through the night like a knife. It echoed their fear, the weight of history pressing closer with each clang. Yelena's breath caught as a flicker of movement caught her eye, a figure slipping through the trees, cloaked in shadow, eyes glinting with unspoken stories. "Did you see that?" she gasped, her heart racing as she pointed toward the trees. Ivan squinted, uncertain, then took a step back. "It's nothing, just your overactive imagination," he said, though his voice trembled, betraying him. But Yelena felt it, an ancient pull, a tether to the folklore that had shaped their nation, that had forged their identities. She remembered stories from her grandmother's lips, the way they curled around the firelight like smoke, wrapping her in warmth even as they chilled her bones. Tales of the blighted woods where spirits roamed, of curses born from betrayal, of love that transcended even death. They were the marrow in her bones, the roots of her existence. "I refuse to let fear strip away my identity," she declared, fierce defiance bubbling up inside her. "These stories are not just tales. They are warnings, guides, even salvation. We are bound by them, Ivan." But Ivan's laughter felt hollow as he glanced back toward the woods. "What are we, Yelena? Ghosts of the past? Is that all we'll ever be?" She felt the words like a dagger, sharp and unforgiving. She wanted to scream, to shake him awake from his disbelief. "No. We are the future, molded by our history. If we forget, if we allow these stories to fade away into silence, then we lose ourselves. We lose our very soul." Another rustle in the trees, a whisper of something ancient. Yelena shivered as a chill snaked down her spine, the night seemed to pulse around them, alive with the weight of history. The shadows stretched, elongated by the moonlight, like fingers reaching to grasp at their hearts. She could feel the tension crackling in the air, desperate, electric. Suddenly, the figure emerged, an old woman, her face lined with the stories of centuries, skin a tapestry of time. "You seek the truth in old tales," she rasped, her voice like gravel, but truth is a double-edged sword. It can heal or it can harm. Yelena froze, the weight of the moment pressing in, as Ivan stepped back, eyes wide. "What do you know of us?" he stammered, his bravado shattered. The old woman smiled, a knowing glint in her eye. "I know of the Ruzorka, of the lost love, of the shadows that haunt this land. I know of the price that must be paid for forgetting." Yelena's heart thundered in her chest. This was it. This was the moment where the past clashed with the present, where folklore became more than just stories, it became their lifeblood, their very essence. "I remember," she whispered again, as if the words were a spell, summoning the strength of her ancestors. "I remember the stories. I remember us." The old woman's gaze pierced her soul, and in that exchange, Yelena understood. The tales they clung to were not just rooted in nostalgia, they were a battle cry, a call to arms against the encroaching shadows of forgetfulness. "Embrace it, child," the woman said, her voice fading as the shadows deepened. "Or let it consume you whole." As the last echoes of her words disappeared into the night, Yelena felt a surge of energy, a fierce resolve igniting within her. She turned to Ivan, their gazes locking in shared understanding, the weight of their past hanging heavy in the air, pulsing like a heartbeat, unyielding and alive. And as the moon hung high above them, casting its silvery glow upon the forest, they stood together, two souls intertwined, caught between the stories of the past and the uncertain future. The darkness whispered around them, pregnant with the weight of what was to come, and they knew they could no longer turn away. Reality was at hand, folklore was alive, and the battle for their national identity was just beginning, echoing like a heartbeat in the night. The clock struck midnight, a heavy, relentless toll that echoed in the night like a heartbeat thrumming beneath the surface of a still pond. I stood on the edge of the graveyard, shadows swirling around me, thick as fog and just as cold. The moon, a sliver of silver, hung like a watchful eye, glimmering over the forgotten stones. A chill raced through my veins, not from the biting air, but from the presence that lingered just beyond the veil of darkness. There was a weight to the night, a pulse that thrummed in my chest. I felt it, his presence, a ghost from the pages of long-forgotten tales, a figure draped in silk shadows. Dimitri, once a man, now only a whisper, a phantom trapped between worlds. I remembered the first time I encountered him, his eyes, deep pools of sorrow and hunger, reflecting the sun's last rays, now buried beneath the horizon. "Are you afraid?" he asked, his voice a silken caress that wrapped around me like a lover's embrace. I trembled, not from fear alone, but from the undeniable truth that haunted me. I felt alive in his presence, yet painfully aware of the darkness that clung to his every word. "I should be." My voice cracked, echoing in the graveyard, mingling with the rustle of dead leaves, the whisper of lost souls. Dimitri stepped closer, his face a mask of longing and regret. "Fear is a choice, my dear. Embrace it, and it will consume you. But if you dance with it, you may find beauty in the shadows. And therein lies the core of our tragic love, an unending cycle of desire and despair, a gruesome ballet of light and dark." I remember how I fought against it, how I clawed at the very fabric of my being, only to be pulled deeper into his world. In a dilapidated mansion cloaked in ivy, the scent of decay mingled with the sweet perfume of roses, a reminder of life amidst death. We shared secrets under the flickering candlelight. Each confession, a jagged shard of glass against the tender skin of my heart. I spoke of my dreams of freedom, of sunlit mornings and laughter resonating through open windows. He spoke of centuries spent lurking, waiting in the shadows, always craving what he could never have. "Tell me of the stars," he urged, his voice a haunting melody, "and I will share with you the stories of the forgotten." A part of me, wild and yearning, wanted to believe in the beauty of his darkness, to find solace in the eternal night that enveloped him. But another part, a flickering ember of caution, whispered a warning. This was not love, it was a curse. The night we faced the truth, I still remember the air crackling with tension, a storm brewing on the horizon. I stood before him, my heart pounding against my ribcage, as if it sought escape from the grip of his icy fingers. "Dimitri, you cannot live in both worlds. You must choose." He laughed, a sound like shattered glass, and yet, it was rich with sorrow. "You think I don't know? I am a prisoner of my own making, bound to this hunger that haunts me. I can never truly belong, not to you, not to this world." The walls crumbled around us, truth echoing in the silence. I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of desperation hidden behind the facade of indifference. He was a relic, a ghost, a creature of the night, trapped in a cycle of despair that I could never hope to break. As the moon waned and shadows deepened, I realized our love was a tempest, one that could only consume us whole. Was this what it meant to love a creature of the night? To dance on the precipice of darkness, knowing that at any moment the abyss could swallow us whole. I turned away, the weight of my decision heavy in my chest. And there, in that fragile moment, I met another soul, Isabella, a timeless beauty with eyes that mirrored the cosmos. She too was trapped, ensnared by her own connection to the darkness. "Dimitri is lost," she said, her voice a whisper of silk and sorrow, "but there is still hope. You can free him, if only you embrace the darkness within yourself." Her words echoed like a siren song, tempting and terrifying. Could I possibly walk that fine line between salvation and damnation? The shadows danced around us, teasing, taunting, beckoning me to join their endless waltz. But deep down, I felt the pull of the light, the mundane warmth of sunlight on my skin, the laughter of friends, the mundane joys of life that felt impossibly far away. It was a bittersweet ache, a reminder of everything I stood to lose. "Isabella, the price of freedom may be my own soul," I murmured, and she smiled sadly, a ghost of understanding passing through her gaze. "Sometimes it's a price worth paying," she replied, and I could see in her eyes the flicker of hope that intertwined with the looming dread of despair. Each moment stretched into eternity, the air thick with unspoken words, and I could feel the tension building, wrapping itself around us like a noose. I remember the night drawing closer, shadows deepening, and I stood at the crossroads of despair, Dimitri's longing gaze beckoning me into the abyss, and Isabella's gentle encouragement offering a sliver of light. "Make your choice," the universe whispered, a cosmic ballet of stars twinkling above, the clock ticking down with a relentless, haunting beat. And as I stood there, caught in the web of darkness and light, I realized, we are all vampires in our own right, feeding on our desires, our fears, our unfulfilled dreams. The true evolution of this archetype lies not only in the supernatural, but in the raw, unfiltered humanity that binds us all. The night was far from over, the shadows still danced as I took a step toward my fateful decision, toward the heart of the darkness, a path yet to be forged, a haunting truth yet to be revealed. The night was thick with shadows, a palpable silence stretching across the dimly lit room where Jonathan Harker sat, heart thundering. He gripped his pen like a lifeline, ink pooling around the edges of his thoughts, each drop a warning, each letter a cry. Outside, the wind howled like a lost soul, rattling the window panes as if demanding entry, and he shuddered, a chill that seeped deep into the marrow of his bones. He had come here to fulfill his duty, yet now he was caught in a web spun with dread and darkness, the air heavy with whispers of ancient curses and the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. "I remember the moment I stepped into that castle," he murmured, the words slipping from his lips like ghosts. The air tasted of rotten secrets, the very stones seemed to breathe. What was it that I felt? Was it the allure of the unknown, or was it merely the seductive pull of madness? And there, looming in the flickering shadows, was Count Dracula, a figure both magnetic and terrifying, whose gaze held the promise of immortality tinged with the horror of despair. Jonathan could not shake the feeling that he was not merely a man facing a monster, but rather a pawn in a game as old as time itself, where every move was dictated by forces unseen, by the very bloodlines that had shaped the world. "Why do you tremble, Jonathan?" the Count had asked him, voice smooth as silk, yet beneath it lay the rumble of a thunderstorm. "Are you afraid of the dark? Or of what lies within it?" But it was Mina's face that haunted his dreams, her laughter, a silvery bell that rang through the corridors of his mind, calling to him even as shadows claimed her. She, with her bright spirit and unyielding hope, was now a flickering candle in the encroaching night. Each time he thought of her, the ghosts of Slavic lore whispered of the dangers that lurked beyond the veil of reason. "Tell me your dreams, my love," he had said, desperate to pull her back from the brink of the abyss. "What do you see?" "I see the past," she replied, her voice trembling like the leaves in a storm, "and I see the blood that binds us to this land." Mina was a tapestry woven with longing and fear, her fate entwined with the cursed threads of history, her spirit aflame with the echoes of her ancestors. The sights and sounds of her Slavic heritage danced through her veins, a symphony of folklore wrapped in the chilling embrace of the supernatural. It was here that the essence of her existence pulsed with the rhythm of night, where myth and reality collided without mercy. I remember walking through the fog-laden streets of London, she whispered to Jonathan, and in every shadow, I felt their eyes, those who had come before me. The tales of Strigo danced in my mind, weaving a dark charm, the restless souls, returning to seek what was lost, to claim the living as their own. With every passing moment, both Jonathan and Mina were drawn deeper into the insatiable hunger of the Count, whose presence was a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked within and without. They were caught in a web of emotional turmoil, a painful struggle between duty and desire, a longing that burned like fire but threatened to consume them whole. "This cannot be the end," Jonathan gasped, clasping his hands before him, a futile gesture against the forces that sought to tear them apart. "We are stronger than this darkness, Mina. We will fight!" But in that moment, her eyes glimmered with the haunting knowledge of their fate, a reflection of the Slavic legends that whispered of the inevitability of despair, how the night always claims what it desires. Each tale of betrayal and longing echoed through centuries, reminding them that the price of love often bore the weight of sacrifice. "Fight as we may, Jonathan," she murmured, her voice barely a breath, "we are but grains of sand against a storm. Can you feel it? The pull of the shadows." Outside, the city pulsed with life, unaware of the horror that loomed just beyond the veil. Laughter echoed in the streets, bright and unyielding, while within the castle walls, a sinister dance began, of wolves howling at the moon, of blood-soaked legends clawing their way back into the world. Time twisted around them, an unrelenting loop where moments stretched like eternity, the clocks ticking louder with each heartbeat, each breath a reminder of their mortality. Jonathan's mind spiraled, fragments of memories colliding with the present, a kiss stolen in the moonlight, a promise whispered in desperation, the weight of a world demanding their submission. "I remember," he whispered into the silence, forcing the words through the veil of dread. "I remember the night I first laid eyes on you, Mina. Your smile lit the darkness, but even then I sensed the shadows at our feet." And as the tension mounted, the air thick with anticipation, the confrontation loomed closer like an impending storm. Each character was a reflection of the other, flawed yet fiercely alive, caught in a struggle that felt both personal and cosmic, an echo of the ancient tales that had shaped their very souls. In that dimly lit room, the ghosts of Slavic folklore wrapped themselves around Jonathan and Mina like an embrace, intimate and suffocating, thrilling and terrifying. They stood together at the precipice of destiny, their love a fragile thread woven through the tapestry of time, a thread that could unravel with a single pull. And so, the night deepened, the shadows thickened, and the echoes of history beckoned them into the abyss, where the lines between love and terror blurred into an eternal dance. With every heartbeat, every whispered prayer, they leaned further into the darkness, surrendering to the forces that sought to claim them, their stories intertwined with the legacy of a world that could never truly forget. Shadows stretch across the cobblestone streets, the moon hangs low, casting silvery beams that dance across damp alleyways, illuminating the ghostly figures of a forgotten past. I remember the night when I first felt the icy grip of fear settle into my bones. It was a chill that whispered secrets into the very marrow of my existence, a touch that promised nothing but darkness ahead. The air was thick with the scent of decay, an earthy musk mingled with the faintest hint of blood, as if the city itself had become a graveyard, rebelling against the weight of its own history. The distant howl of a wolf echoed through the night, a mournful cry that seemed to resonate with the very essence of my soul. Elena stood at the edge of the forest, her dark hair a wild halo around her pale face, eyes gleaming like shards of obsidian, betraying a heart torn between two worlds. She felt the pull of the shadows, the seductive call of the vampiric legends that wove through her bloodline. The whispers of her ancestors hung in the air, swirling like autumn leaves around her trembling body. In that moment, I saw her grapple with a hunger so profound it made the very ground beneath us tremble, a hunger for power, for knowledge, but also for connection. She wanted to be free, yet felt the chains of her lineage tightening around her throat. Across the street, the figure of Anton lurked, a man with a past as murky as the waters of the nearby river. He had once been a scholar, his mind a labyrinth of arcane lore, but now he was a man burdened by regret, haunted by the choices that led him down a path he never intended to travel. I could see it in the twitch of his jaw, the way he clenched his fists as he watched Elena, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. Love, anger, desperation, all bubbling to the surface. He had loved her once, with a passion that burned brighter than any flame, yet now he was tormented by the knowledge that to love her was to invite despair. The clock tower chimed, each toll echoing through the night like a heartbeat, a reminder of time slipping away. I could feel the tension mounting, the air crackling with unspoken words and unshed tears. The city, with its crooked rooftops and ancient stones, seemed to lean in, eavesdropping on their silent war. I could imagine the ghosts of their ancestors swirling around them, urging them to remember, to connect, to break the cycle that held them captive. "Do you remember," Elena whispered, her voice barely breaking the silence, "the stories they told us? The tales of the night walkers, the blood drinkers." Her words hung in the air, heavy like fog, and I felt the gravity of her memories pulling me closer. Each story, each fable, was a thread woven into the fabric of her being, a tapestry of terror and allure. "I remember," Anton replied, his voice a low growl, thick with pain and sorrow. "I remember the nights we spent under the stars, dreaming of a world untainted by their darkness. But dreams, like glass, shatter easily. The weight of reality bore down upon them like a suffocating fog. In that moment, I felt the fracture of their connection. It pulsed like a wound, raw and open, begging for healing. The very essence of their beings collided, the shadows of their ancestors whispering tales of betrayal and love lost. The night deepened, and the city around them darkened, the shadows growing longer and more pronounced. There was a darkness that encroached, a primal force that hungered for their vulnerabilities. I could sense it, lurking in the corners, watching, waiting. It thrummed in the air, a low pulse that resonated with my own heartbeat. I was but a witness, yet my soul throbbed with their pain, their fears puncturing the facade of my indifference. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. A scream erupted from the depths of the shadows, a sound so visceral it sent shivers racing down my spine. It was a cry for help, laced with desperation and raw terror. My heart raced as I watched Elena's face transform, a reflection of horror painted across her features. She turned, eyes wide, searching for the source of the sound, feeling the electric thrill of danger that crackled in the air. "I have to go," she said, her voice trembling. "I have to save them." "Don't!" Anton shouted, the panic in his voice a visceral reminder of what they stood to lose. "You don't know what's out there. You don't know who you're risking everything for." But Elena was already moving, her spirit ablaze, a force of nature unwilling to back down. As she disappeared into the darkness, I felt Anton's anguish reverberate through the very fabric of the night, a love so profound it threatened to crush him under its weight. The tension hung thick, a taut string pulled to its breaking point, waiting for the inevitable snap. I could feel it in the air as Anton took a step forward, shadows pooling around his feet, the ghosts of his past clawing at him, urging him to follow. I remember the moment vividly, the moonlight flickering like a heartbeat, and the world felt suspended, teetering on the edge of an abyss. It was then that the true nature of their struggle unfurled before me, a tapestry woven from fear, desire, and an unyielding longing for redemption amid the darkness. As the clock continued its relentless ticking, the shadows lengthened, and I stood transfixed, caught in the web of their fates. The air throbbed with the pulse of ancient stories, echoing through the streets like a forgotten symphony. Each note held the weight of history, entwined with the hopes and heartbreaks of those who danced upon the knife edge of eternity. Time slipped away, yet the night remained eternal, a cycle unbroken. Their stories, their struggles, would linger long after the dawn, a haunting melody of love and loss that would echo through the ages. With every heartbeat, every breath, I felt the unease settle deep within my bones, a reminder that the shadows are never far behind, waiting for their moment to strike. And so, the tale continues, a haunting refrain that draws us closer, deeper, into the darkness. I remember the moment the sun surrendered to the night, its last gasp a fiery breath across the horizon. The shadows stretched long and thin, creeping like a whispered warning through the desolate alleyways of the city, where echoes of laughter from the day faded into an unsettling silence. It was here, standing beneath the flickering neon lights of a bar called Midnight's Embrace, that I first met her, Lola, the vampire who danced between life and death, her smile sharp enough to cut through flesh yet warm enough to wrap around my heart like a lover's embrace. "Why do you look at me like that?" she'd asked, her voice a honeyed seduction laced with something darker. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was entranced by the way she moved, a graceful predator stalking her prey, each step a poem of danger and allure. In her, there was a conflict, a war waged between the monster and the woman, and I felt it resonate within me, mirroring my own simmering turmoil. Outside, the world spun on, oblivious to the creatures lurking in the shadows. I had my own demons, haunting me like the night itself, and somehow, in the midst of it all, I found myself wanting to know her. But knowing Lola meant understanding the history of blood and tears woven into the very fabric of her existence. There was also Marcus, my best friend, whose heart, though tethered to the mundane, beat with a rhythm of longing for something more. He had always lived in the grey, navigating life's spectrum without ever tasting its vibrant hues. Yet, in that moment, staring at Lola, I could see the flicker of envy in his eyes, a yearning to escape the chains of his own ordinary world. "She's beautiful," he whispered, almost reverently. "But she's cursed." I felt the weight of his words. Cursed. The very idea twisted my gut. Here was a being capable of raising nightmares from the depths of our imaginations, yet she carried the burden of a history that clawed at her sanity like a feral beast. The looming question loomed between us: who was the real monster? Was it her, or the society that shunned her for being different? As the night deepened, the city transformed into a labyrinth of secrets. Each corner turned felt like peeling back layers of skin to reveal raw, bleeding truths. The air hung heavy with the scent of anticipation, like the moment before a storm breaks. I could see it in Lola's eyes, a simmering rage, an ache for acceptance that drove her to dance on the very edge of darkness. I remember, she'd say, her voice a haunting melody, the first time I tasted blood. It was like swallowing the universe whole, 1,000 stars exploding in my veins. But the sweetness, it comes with a price. Her words dripped with an intoxicating sorrow that made my heart ache. I wanted to reach out, to hold her, to tell her that even monsters could be loved, yet fear clutched at my throat. What if I couldn't be the hero she needed? What if I became the very thing that drove her deeper into the shadows? And then Marcus entered the fray, his jealousy sparking like a fire in the night. "You think you can save her?" he challenged, his voice a low growl. "She's not like us. She'll consume you, and you'll never see it coming." In that moment, time warped, stretching like the tendrils of darkness that enveloped us. The city became a heart beating in rhythm with our fears. I felt every pulse, every erratic breath tinged with the terror of unknown consequences. Lola stepped closer, her breath a whisper against my skin, "I'm not the monster you think I am." It was both a plea and a promise, an invitation to step into her world of blood and shadows, where the lines between predator and prey blurred into a grotesque dance of survival. But the higher the stakes rose, the deeper the wounds cut. I could see the conflict raging in Marcus' eyes, the desire to protect me clashing with his own desperation. He was a boy caught in the crossfire of a war between loyalty and longing, and I found myself torn between two worlds, one safe and predictable, the other wild and dangerous like a tempest threatening to consume us all. I remember the moment when the air thickened, an electric charge swirling around us, building to a crescendo. Lola, with her haunting beauty, reached out, her fingers grazing my wrist, igniting a fire that spread through my body. I felt the weight of her history, her pain, and her desire for freedom. But there was also the looming threat of Marcus, whose own demons were rising to the surface, desperate for a release, a confrontation that could shatter everything we had built. In the clash of emotions that enveloped us, the city outside faded to a distant echo, a mere backdrop to the drama unfolding in shadows and light. "You don't know what you're getting into," Marcus warned, his voice twisted by fear and anger. But I could feel Lola's heartbeat, a soft thump against the chaos, calling me closer to her darkness. "I do," I said, stepping into the fray, my heart pounding with the gravity of my choice. "And I'm willing to face it." The moment stretched, suspended in a chilling silence, as the words hung like a noose in the air. Lola's expression shifted from hunger to something tender, a flicker of hope igniting in her depths. For a heartbeat, the world outside ceased to exist. But then, like a tidal wave crashing against a fragile shore, reality surged back in, demanding its due. The clock ticked, each second a reminder of our fragile existence, the choices we had made, and the one still looming on the horizon. I could feel the shadows closing in, wrapping around us like a suffocating blanket, whispering promises of pain and pleasure. In that heartbeat of uncertainty, every breath felt like a dare, every glance a testament to the power we wielded over one another, love and fear intertwined, waiting for the inevitable collision. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the city, the ghosts of the past roared to life, ready to remind us that some myths never die, they merely evolve, haunting the living with the weight of their stories. And for every choice we make, for every vampire tale spun in the fabric of contemporary media, another truth lingers, raw, unrepentant, eternal. The air crackled with tension, a weight that hung heavy, thick enough to suffocate. Moonlight spilled across the cobblestones of the ancient village, illuminating the broken windows of a crumbling shrine. Shadows lurked, weaving among the trees like whispers of secrets long buried. I was there, heart racing, every nerve ending electrified, the chill of night wrapping around me like a shroud. I could feel it, the stirrings of old legends, the pulse of an ancient darkness looming just beyond the veil. I remember the first time I saw her, a delicate spectre with a gaze that could pierce the fabric of reality. My Ling. Her laughter danced like fireflies in the night, and yet, there was something else beneath it, a haunting melody that echoed of sorrow. She stood at the edge of the forest, her silhouette a ghost among the trees, the very embodiment of the myth we had grown up fearing. "You're late," she whispered, voice trembling like the leaves above. And then there was Jin. Brave, foolish Jin. He had always been the fearless one, slaying dragons in the dark recesses of his imagination. But fear had a way of carving deep grooves into the soul, and I could see it etched on his face as he approached the shrine, eyes wide, unsteady. "We shouldn't be here," he croaked, glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, to emerge from the shadows. The night wrapped its icy fingers around us, anticipation curling like smoke in the air. We were drawn together not just by fear, but by a shared history that weighed heavier than the moon itself. The stories of villagers lost to the night, tales of blood-drinking fiends that roamed the earth, devouring the very essence of life. But those were just stories, right? I wanted to believe they were just stories. I remember the way the wind howled, as if it were warning us, beckoning us away. But curiosity is a treacherous thing, an insatiable beast that gnaws at the edges of our minds until we can no longer resist. My Ling turned to me, her eyes dark pools of longing and despair. "They say the hungry ghosts roam these grounds," she said, each word a dagger that pierced my heart with dread. "They're not just myths. They're the lost, the unloved. Like us, I thought, though I dared not utter the words." The silence between us was suffocating, thick as fog, and I could feel the distance of our shared solitude growing. Jin shifted, his body tense, a warrior preparing for battle. "We need to leave," he insisted, but My Ling stepped closer to the shrine. "No. We need to know." We stood at the threshold of the unknown, where shadows met the light. I could feel the past creeping up on us, whispering our names, begging us to listen to its story. The air grew heavier, thick with the weight of ages, and I could almost taste the bitterness of regret on my tongue. I looked at Jin, who had become a stranger in this moment, a brave boy turned into a trembling man, caught in the web of his own fears. I wanted to reach out, to tell him it would be okay, but what did I know of solace in this haunted night? My Ling knelt, fingers brushing the ground. Her touch turned the earth soft, revealing ancient symbols long forgotten by time. "They say if you listen closely, you can hear them," she murmured, an edge of desperation threading through her voice. "The ones lost between worlds." And then it happened. A breath, cold, sharp, rippled through the air. I felt it slide past me, a shadow brushing against my skin, and instinctively, I stepped back, heart thundering in my chest. Jin's hand found mine, and together we shared a fleeting moment of unity, raw and electric, before the darkness surged forward. "Run," he shouted, a primal instinct kicking in as the shadows twisted and coiled like living smoke. My Ling's eyes widened, filled with horror, as the air thickened, a palpable tension that threatened to suffocate us. I pulled Jin toward the trees, but there was My Ling, rooted to the spot, entranced by the dark figures that began to rise from the earth, their whispers filling the night with a maddening lullaby. Help me, she cried, and I froze, torn between survival and the desperate need to save her. But as I glanced back, the entities were swirling around her, tendrils of darkness weaving into her hair, pulling her down into the abyss. I remember the stories, she gasped, the ones about love and loss, about never letting go. Jin tugged at my arm, fear etched on his face. We can't save her, she's one of them now. But that was not true, was it? She was more than a ghost. She was the embodiment of every love lost to despair, a tapestry of emotions woven with threads of heartache and hope. No! I screamed, the very sound erupting from my throat like a wild animal unleashed, tearing through the silence. I rushed back, plunging into the darkness, feeling the cold breath of the hungry spirits at my back. The shadows twisted and turned, clawing at me, but I could not stop. I would not abandon her. My Ling! I reached for her, fingers brushing against hers as the night closed in, the world spinning into chaos. The voices of the lost grew louder, a cacophony of pleading souls, their echoes filling my mind. Stay with me! I cried, the urgency of my heart spilling into my words, but the shadows only tightened their grip. And as she faded, slipping between worlds, I realized this wasn't just about legends. This was our story, entwined in the very fabric of existence. The pain of knowing, the heartbreak of losing. The cycle of life and death, where even the fiercest of love can turn into a haunting melody that lingers in the night. Time stretched, seconds felt like eternity as I grappled with the darkness, the end of one story morphing into the beginning of another. I was not ready to let go, not ready to forget. I looked at Jin, desperation lacing through my veins. We can't leave her, we can't leave this behind. But the shadows laughed, a chilling symphony that echoed in the night. As we stumbled back, I felt the pull of the abyss, an unending cycle of longing and loss. The darkness wrapped around us, whispering secrets of the past, urging us to remember. And so, we ran. But the shadows would always linger, waiting for the moment we might return, when the night would call us back to the shrine, to the forgotten stories, to the ghosts we dared to love. The air hung thick, impossibly heavy, as the midnight bell tolled in the distance, a grim and haunting reminder of time slipping away. Shadows danced along cobblestone streets, whispering secrets to the wind. It was a night when reality blurred, where legends lurked just beyond the edge of consciousness. I stood at the mouth of a narrow alley, the darkness swallowing me whole, each heartbeat echoing in my ears, pushing me toward the unknown. The scent of damp earth and something more ancient, something primal, clawed at my senses. And then I saw her. She emerged from the shadows, a figure cloaked in a tattered shawl, her eyes glinting like shards of broken glass. I remembered the tales my grandmother shared by the flickering firelight, a Slavic vampire, a creature born from the depths of despair, cursed to wander the night in search of solace, or perhaps revenge. Her name was Vasilisa, and she was a nightmare crafted from memory and longing. Do you believe in ghosts? She asked, voice like silk, yet laced with an undercurrent of sorrow. I felt it all at once, the pull of her sadness, the weight of her story pressing against my chest, begging to be heard. I am a ghost, forever trapped between worlds. I once loved, you know. But love is a cruel master. It devours you. I wanted to step back, to flee from the pain etched into her gaze, but the night had ensnared me. Tell me, I urged, my voice trembling with an unexplainable craving for connection. Tell me why you haunt this city. Vasilisa took a step closer, her breath curling in the cold air, and I could see the glimmer of tears, ghosts of a life unspent. I was once vibrant, my laughter echoing through these streets. But it's all shadows now, just like the creatures of your tales, the Jiangshi. They are as alive as I am, yet they feed on the essence of the living, just as I feed on memories. Memories! They drip between us like blood. I thought of the Jiangshi, those reanimated corpses from the Chinese mythos, limbs stiff and eyes glazed over, wandering the earth in search of human life. I recalled how they were said to rise from graves, hungry for vitality, their touch as cold as the grave itself. You're saying you're like them. Her laugh pierced the silence, sharp and brittle. We are more alike than you think. Both shaped by loss, driven by longing. We wear our curses like badges of honor, and each night is a battle with the echoes of our pasts. I seek comfort in shadows, just as they do. And then, the chill of understanding swept through me. The essence of the night, the haunting similarities that bound her to those ancient beings. Both Slavic vampires and Chinese Jiangshi were not merely monsters, they were reflections of human frailty. I thought of my own life, of the times I felt dead inside, the moments I had become a ghost of my former self, roaming through a landscape of memories and regrets. I remember, Vasiliza's voice was a thread, weaving through the darkness. I remember the warmth of the sun on my skin, the laughter of children playing in the fields. I remember the taste of hope, fresh and sweet. But then darkness crept in, an encroaching fog that swallowed everything whole. She paused, her eyes searching mine, as if she could see my own buried sorrows. "Do you remember?" "I remember," I whispered, and it felt like a confession, a release. I remembered the ache of unrequited love, the sting of betrayal, the shadows that stretched across my heart. I remember feeling like a husk, waiting for something, anything, to bring me back to life. She nodded, understanding blooming between us like a dark flower, beautiful yet grotesque. "We wear masks, you and I. The world sees us, but they do not see what lies beneath. They fear the darkness, yet they crave it. Just like the Jiangshi, driven by an insatiable thirst for life, yet eternally bound to death." A distant howl echoed through the alley, a reminder of the world outside our fleeting connection, and I felt the stakes rise. I thought of the Jiangshi prowling the streets of ancient China, their hunger palpable, a reflection of our own insatiable desires. We were all creatures of the night, yearning for something just beyond our grasp, haunted by the ghosts of choices made and not made. "I am a curse," she continued, her voice now a haunting melody. "Yet I long for renewal, to shed this skin and find solace, just like the Jiangshi, who seek the vitality of the living, desperately clinging to the essence of life they lost." Her eyes locked onto mine, and I felt the weight of her loneliness pressing against my soul. And in that same breath, we are all bound by our desires. Whether we are in a darkened alley or a forgotten grave, our hearts beat with the same fear, the fear of being forgotten. I stood frozen, rooted in place as the truth swirled around us, thickening the air. Desire, loss, the weight of existence, this was the tapestry woven between us, a shared bond that transcended time and space. I thought about how both vampires and Jiangshi could only find solace in the shadows, forever seeking what they could never truly possess. The clock struck 1, reverberating through the alley like a warning, and I knew our moments were numbered. "What is it you truly seek, Vasiliza?" I asked, my heart pounding, caught in the grip of the moment. "Is it redemption? Life? Or just a fleeting connection?" "The answer is all of it," she replied, her voice a whisper against the encroaching silence. "I seek understanding, and perhaps, in this dark world, I'll find a piece of myself I lost long ago. Like those Jiangshi, forever chasing what they once had." And in that instant, I realized our fates were intertwined, a single thread weaving through the fabric of night. We danced at the precipice of despair, beneath the watchful eyes of the cosmos, haunted yet alive, an eternal struggle against the shadows. We were all specters, caught between worlds. And as I took a step back, the shadows closed in, ready to reclaim their own. The dark laughter of the night echoed around us, both a promise and a threat, leaving me suspended in the chilling grip of an unresolved longing. The world outside faded, and the darkness whispered, "You will remember." The moon hung like a silver coin in a velvet sky, casting a chilling glow over the narrow, cobblestone streets of the ancient village. Old, crooked houses leaned into one another, as if sharing secrets that trembled on the brink of revelation. I remember the night when the air thickened with dread, the kind that snaked around your throat, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. It was then that the shadows began to stir, alive with whispers of things long buried. Liang stood at the edge of the village, his heart racing in a frantic rhythm, each pulse echoing his childhood fears. He had heard the stories, tales of the Jiangshi, the reanimated corpse that lurked in the darkness, feeding on the living. Did they haunt him? Or was it the memories of his younger sister, Mai? She had laughed at his fears, her voice a melody of innocence that once filled their small home with warmth. Until that fateful night. I remember how her laughter vanished, swallowed whole by the silence that followed. Liang! A voice cut through the thick fog of his thoughts. It was Jian, his best friend, eyes wide with terror. They saw her. They saw my... Fear dripped from Jian's words, each syllable a dagger that cut deeper into Liang's resolve. He had lost the only family he had, he couldn't afford to lose his friend too. Shadows danced around them, mocking, taunting. Are you sure? Liang's voice trembled, a brittle whisper barely escaping his lips. He remembered her eyes, once bright as the morning sun, now clouded by that insatiable thirst for life. What if it's not her? What if it's something else? They both knew the truth. The village elders had spoken of her, of the Jiangshi that roamed under the cloak of night, eyes glowing like embers, seeking the warmth of the living. Liang felt a shiver crawl down his spine, the realization settling like a stone in his gut. We have to confront it, he declared, steeling himself against the tide of despair that threatened to drown him. They moved through the twisting lanes of the village, shadows clinging to their backs like ghosts reluctant to let go. Each step was a heartbeat, rising and falling with the weight of their memories. Liang couldn't shake the feeling that the Jiangshi was watching, waiting, reveling in their fear. It was a predator, and they were the prey. They reached the graveyard, an expanse of tombstones shrouded in darkness. The air was thick, almost viscous, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. The chill seeped into their bones. Do you remember? Jen's voice was barely above a whisper when we used to dare each other to come here at night. His laugh was hollow, echoing off the stones. I remember, Liang's words trailed off. Memories surged, bittersweet and haunting. They had dared each other to touch the stones, to challenge the spirits. What a foolish game it had been, now, it felt like a cruel joke. A rustle from the shadows cracked the stillness. They froze, hearts pounding in unison. My? Liang called, voice cracking like dry leaves underfoot. The night swallowed his words, but there was no answer, only the echo of haunting silence. Then, it came. The Jiangshi lunged from the darkness, limbs stiff and jerky, like a puppet on broken strings. Its face, once Mai's, was twisted into a grotesque mockery of beauty, eyes glinting with an insatiable hunger. Liang stumbled back, memories colliding. It was her laugh, her smile, twisted, now, into the very essence of terror. Run! Jian shouted, but Liang was frozen. Fear paralyzed him, a vice around his chest. The Jiangshi's gaze held him captive, drawing him closer to the abyss. He could see it now, the faded dress Mai had worn, dirt-streaked and tattered, clinging to a form that was no longer his sister. It was a monstrous reflection of his grief, an echo of his failure to save her from the darkness. I remember, the words tumbled from his lips, a mantra of despair. I should have protected you, but the Jiangshi lunged, teeth bared, a snarl that cut through the night, and in that moment, something inside Liang shattered. He broke free from the spell that bound him, racing towards Jian, who was already sprinting toward the ancient willow tree that towered like a beacon of hope against the abyss. The chase was frantic, adrenaline surging through their veins, but Liang couldn't shake the feeling of being hunted. Shadows swirled around them, whispers echoing in his mind, reminders of every time he had failed, every time he had turned away from the truth, the darkness that thrived in silence. Don't look back, Jian urged, but Liang's heart was torn between the horror stalking them and the love he had lost. He felt a pull, as if the Jiangshi were inviting him back into the fold, a siren call promising closure, a reunion shrouded in darkness. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, he saw it, a flicker of light spilling from the lantern at the base of the willow. Hope! It was fragile, yet incandescent against the encroaching gloom. They reached it, and for a heartbeat, it felt like they could breathe again. But the Jiangshi was close, its breath hot and foul, a reminder of the life it had taken. Liang, it hissed, voice a twisted mockery of his sister's. You left me, come back. The word slithered into his mind, wrapping around his heart like a snake. No! He screamed, primal fear clawing at his throat. You're not her. A battle raged inside him, love versus despair, hope against the darkness. And in that moment, as the moon bathed the scene in silver, Liang understood. The Jiangshi was not just a monster. It was a reflection of his own torment, a manifestation of grief that clawed at his soul, demanding to be acknowledged. "Let her go," he whispered, tears streaming down his cheeks, each one a tribute to the sister he had failed to save. The shadow shivered, uncertainty rippling through the air, and for the briefest of moments, the Jiangshi hesitated. What if he could reclaim her? Not as a monster, but as a memory, as love? But the moment passed, and the darkness surged forward, hungry, relentless, forcing Liang back against the trunk of the willow. Time twisted, each tick of the clock echoing the heartbeat of the village, a reminder that the past was never truly gone. The Jiangshi lunged, and in that moment, everything blurred, memories, fears, and dreams colliding, a cacophony of emotion that drowned out the night. Liang stood at the edge of his own abyss, teetering between hope and despair, and in that liminal space, he realized that the fight was not just against the Jiangshi, but against the shadows within himself. He had to confront his grief, his failures, his love. With a primal scream, he reached into the darkness, ready to reclaim what had been lost. The night held its breath, waiting for his next move. The moon hung heavy in the sky, draped in a veil of clouds like a shroud over a grave. The air was thick, almost suffocating, charged with the electric anticipation of what was to come. I stood there, heart racing, a whisper of dread curling in my stomach. They were coming. The shadows danced under the ancient trees, their twisted limbs reaching out like skeletal fingers grasping for warmth. I remembered, how could I forget, the stories passed down through cracked lips and trembling hands, tales of long-forgotten demons that could slip between worlds, hungry for blood and vengeance. Mila's breath hitched beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the pale light. She had always been the brave one, the adventurous spirit drawn to the darkness like a moth to a flame, yet now, as we faced the looming nightmare, I could see the flicker of doubt burn within her. "Do you think they really exist?" she whispered, voice barely above a breath, but it felt like a shout in the oppressive silence. "I remember," I said, the phrase clinging to my tongue like a bitter fruit, "the old woman by the river, her voice like gravel, warning of the Yupa. A creature that feasted on the souls of the living." My words trailed off, swallowed by the night. What did it matter? The ancient Slavic folklore intertwined with the ethereal Chinese myths, the Jiangshi that rose from the dead, hopping through the moonlight, their hunger unquenchable. A haunting dance of cultures, each legend feeding into the other like a river merging into an ocean. Mila turned to me, her features carved by fear and excitement, a portrait of uncertainty. "Do you think they know about each other?" What an absurd thought. A Slavic vampire meeting a Chinese one in a dark alley, exchanging glances, perhaps even sharing a laugh, if they had the capacity for humor. I chuckled nervously, the sound echoing hollow in the darkness that pressed against us. Maybe they have a secret club somewhere, comparing their preferred methods of terrorizing the living. But beneath my levity, something darker brewed. I could almost feel the weight of the stories pressing down on us, like an enormous clock ticking each second louder than the last, counting down to an inevitable confrontation. I remembered the tales of the Yupa, creeping through the woods, draining the warmth from the bodies they claimed. They thrived on fear, on the very essence of life, while Jiangshi hopped through the city streets, seeking out the lifeblood of the unsuspecting. Why can't they be just stories? Mila's voice trembled, fear cracking her bravado. Because, I grasped for the words, for the truth lurking beneath each myth. Because stories are born from something real, something we can't always understand. They're the echoes of our ancestors, their fears turned into shadows. The stillness shattered as a sound erupted from the depths of the forest, a low growl, a rustle of leaves, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I could feel it then, a presence that crawled beneath my skin, prickling every hair on my body. The world was alive with whispers, the distant cries of lost souls entwined with the legends. Mila grabbed my arm, her grip fierce yet trembling. "What do we do?" I wanted to tell her that stories couldn't hurt us. That legends were mere figments of imagination. but the truth was, I felt the weight of countless tales pressing on my chest, urging me to remember, to recognize the terror that bound Slavic and Chinese legends in a dance of death. The stories weren't just stories, they were warnings, ancient scripts written in blood. The ground trembled as something emerged from the shadows, a figure cloaked in darkness, the stench of decay wafting through the air. My heart pounded like a drum, each beat threading with the rhythm of 1,000 fears. I could see it, a face half hidden, eyes glowing with hunger, a mouth twisted in a grotesque smile that could only belong to a creature crafted from nightmares. "Mila!" I gasped, "run!" But the words slipped from my lips like sand, as she stood frozen, torn between flight and the magnetic pull of the darkness. I felt the weight of her fear bearing down on me, thick as a fog, filling my lungs with despair. "Stay with me," she pleaded, her voice quaking. What could I offer her? I was drowning in the same terror, the same overwhelming realization that we were but pawns in a game woven through centuries, the threads of Slavic and Chinese folklore intertwining like serpents. Their fates were bound, each creature drawing power from the other's existence, feeding on fear and death, a cycle that spun through time, unbroken. The figure advanced, and I felt the sharp tang of adrenaline cut through the fog of despair. I remembered the stories again, how the real monsters were not just the ones that lurked in the shadows, but the ones that lived inside us, feeding on our insecurities, our heartaches. "Mila," my voice broke like splintered glass. "We have to confront it. Together." Tremors rumbled beneath us, the sky darkening, the weight of 1,000 souls pressing down on our shoulders. I gripped her hand tighter, feeling the warmth of her skin, the pulse of life that reminded me of what was at stake. We stood on the precipice of fear, the line between the living and the dead blurring. What if we became part of the legend? What if our stories were woven into the fabric of this dark exchange? I could hear it then, the faint whispers of the past calling us, urging us to take a step into the abyss. Shadows danced around us, a sinister ballet that promised both horror and freedom. Together, I breathed, the word a fragile thread binding us against the tide of darkness. And as we stepped forward, the world shifted, the stories blending into one, a cacophony of terror and hope. The confrontation lay before us, not just with the creatures of legend, but with our own hearts, our own fears. The echo of the past loomed, a reminder that in this dance of cultures, we were both the prey and the hunters, forever tethered to the shadows of what once was, what could be, and what we dared to confront in the night. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, a low growl that echoed through the cramped alleyways of the ancient city. Rain, heavy and unrelenting, pounded the pavement like the frantic heartbeat of the earth itself. In the shadows, Shu Wei clutched a worn talisman tightly in his palm, fingers trembling. He could taste the acrid fear on his tongue, the metallic bitterness of his last meal mingling with the scent of rain-soaked earth. The night was alive, alive with whispers, and these whispers, these ghosts, were far from comforting. I remember the tales my grandmother told, he murmured, more to himself than to his companion. The ones that made my heart race and my skin crawl. Stories of the Jiangshi. Beside him, my Li's eye sparkled with mischief, but it was a mischief laced with terror. "And do you think they're true?" she teased, brushing a wet strand of hair behind her ear, knowing full well that the legends were as real as the storm unfolding around them. The moon barely pierced through the clouds, but her laughter rang out like a bell tolling in the dark, both inviting and chilling. "I don't think we're supposed to be out here," Shu said, glancing over his shoulder, his heart thudding audibly in his chest. They were fools wandering into a twisted fable, playing a game with shadows that had their own agenda. "You remember what happened to the last group that disturbed the dead?" Legends, she dismissed, but her voice wavered. The air thickened, and as they walked deeper into the labyrinth of alleyways, it felt like the very fabric of the night was tightening around them. Every crackle of thunder seemed to summon echoes from the past. It wasn't just the Jiangshi they had to fear, it was the weight of every story ever told, stories that could reach out and touch you, leaving a mark, a curse, something gnawing at your soul. Those stories were meant to keep children like us away from the dark, she continued, but her bravado felt thin, fragile as the rain-soaked silk that clung to her skin. Just tales to frighten us. A chill shot through Shu, and he remembered the face of his younger sister, wide-eyed and trembling, as he spun tales of the undead who clawed their way back from the grave. They said they needed to feed, he whispered, his body rigid now, heart pounding with a rhythm that felt too frantic for comfort. They said they were once like us, trapped between life and death. As they turned a corner, the alley opened up into a small, forgotten courtyard, the remnants of an ancient temple crumbling like old memories. The wind howled, pulling at Mai's light dress, and for a moment, they stood frozen, caught in the web of history, the air thick with the ghosts of the past. I remember, Shu's words tumbled out, caught in the raw grip of fear. I remember the scent of incense, the flickering candles, the prayers whispered in the dark. Do you think they prayed for us? Mai's voice was low, almost a whisper, and the question hung in the air like a curse. And then, there it was, the unmistakable sound of shuffling, a rasping breath that sent a jolt of terror coursing through Shu's veins. They were not alone. Did you hear that? He gasped, eyes darting toward the shadows, longing to pull away, to run back into the safety of the storm. But Mai stood rooted, breath hitching, fear etching lines deep across her youthful face. Maybe it's just the wind, she said, though her voice betrayed her, faltering as the ominous sound grew closer, deeper. The figure emerged like a nightmare-given flesh, a Jiangshi, its movements jerky, unnatural, as if it were a puppet on fraying strings. Its eyes glowed with an eerie hunger, and Shu felt his stomach drop, the weight of his own childish stories now crashing down upon him. All those years of mocking the tales, of turning the macabre into jokes, had led him here, to this moment of truth. I remember, he gasped, that it feeds on fear. Mai's eyes darted to him, wide and panicked. What do we do? Fight or run, he replied, making a choice that felt like an echo from centuries past. They could not turn back now, the stories had come alive, enveloping them in a dark embrace. The Jiangshi lunged, and instinct took over. Shu grabbed Mai's hand, and they sprinted into the dark, the sound of their hearts thundering in their chests, drowning out the storm. The shadows twisted around them, memories and folklore swirling like smoke. Every step felt like a heartbeat, each breath a prayer to the ghosts watching from the corners. As they ran, Shu recalled the tales of ancient warriors, the sacrifices made to fend off dark spirits. There's an old way, he shouted, half in desperation, half in hope. We can use the talisman. But time stretched, warped, as they raced toward the edge of despair. Mai stumbled, her foot catching on the cracked stones, and Shu felt the world tilt. No, he screamed, pulling her back into the whirlwind of chaos. They were fragile threads in a tapestry woven from fear and folklore, the kind that could unravel at any moment. I remember, he gasped, clinging to her, to hope, to everything they had been taught. Folklore shapes us, it breathes life into our fears. But what if we can change it? As the creature's breath ghosted over their skin, Shu felt the pulse of the night throb behind his ears, an ancestral rhythm echoing from deep within. Here they were, two souls caught in a story not of their making but of their choosing. And with every heartbeat, they pressed forward into the darkness, knowing that the legends of the past were malleable, waiting for them to bend them to their will, or to be consumed by them. The shadows closed in around them, the storm raged on, and the echoes of those who came before whispered in the wind, beckoning, taunting, warning. The night was theirs to conquer, or to surrender to, an eternal dance between life and death, fear and bravery, reality and myth. Whatever happens, Shu whispered, heart pounding like a war drum, we face it together. In that moment, in the embrace of storm and shadow, they became part of the narrative, a tale that would twist and turn, forever echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. The air hung heavy on that evening, thick with an unspeakable tension, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. I stood in the dim light of the parlor, shadows twisting and curling around me, each flicker of the candle casting a ghostly silhouette that danced along the walls. The scent of incense wafted through the room, sweet, cloying, a perfume of grief, and I could hear the low, mournful wails of my family echoing from the other room. My grandmother's body lay in the next room, draped in white silk, her face serene yet haunting, like a porcelain doll abandoned on a shelf. I remember the moment when I first grasped the weight of death. I was a child, and my parents had taken me to the funeral of a distant uncle. I didn't understand then, but I can still feel the shiver that crawled down my spine as the priest chanted prayers, his voice a low rumble, the words foreign but resonating through the air. They filled the space, wrapping around us like a shroud, thick and suffocating. I remember the way the light flickered at the edges of the room, shadows twisting in the corners, as if the spirits were waiting, watching. Now, as I stood there, I felt the weight of tradition pressing down on me, the unsung expectations of my ancestors whispering in my ear. My mother, a woman of quiet strength, was in the other room, her heart breaking yet holding fast to the rituals that our family had practiced for generations. She was preparing for the ritual of mourning, an intricate dance of sorrow and remembrance. The striking contrast of her grief against the backdrop of our customs filled the air with a bittersweet tension. In the hallway, my younger brother Yi, barely 10, fiddled nervously with the edges of his collar. His wide eyes reflected innocence and confusion. He was too young to grasp the gravity of it all, yet the pulse of loss thrummed in the air like a drumbeat. "Will Grandma come back?" he asked, his voice a soft whisper but resonating with the intensity of a thunderclap. The question hung between us, unanswerable yet profoundly sacred. I wished I could shield him from the truth of death, the way it clings to us like a shadow, the way it demands our acknowledgement, our respect. The rituals were set to begin, and I could feel the anticipation coiling in my belly. The family gathered, each face a mask of sorrow, each heart a tender wound. I caught glimpses of relatives, their eyes clouded with memories. They were all there, yet they were lost in their worlds of grief. As we lit incense and bowed our heads, I felt the weight of generations pressing down upon us, a lineage intertwined with belief and tradition, each of us a thread woven into the fabric of our ancestors' stories. "Don't forget to offer the paper money," my mother instructed, her voice steady, though quivering at the edges. "It will help guide her spirit in the afterlife." The thought of burning paper currency, images of wealth and prosperity crumpling and curling into ash, felt absurd yet deeply poignant. I could almost see my grandmother, her spirit rising, floating above us like a kite caught in the wind, the paper money swirling around her, a currency of devotion. As the flames licked the paper, a chill swept through me, a reminder that we are all caught in this cosmic dance of life and death. I felt Yi's hand slip into mine, small and trembling, as if he sought the strength that I was desperately trying to find. In that moment, the flickering candles cast long shadows, and I imagined them reaching out, stretching across time, connecting us to those who had walked before us. The ghosts of our past whispered secrets through the smoke, urging us to remember. I remember my grandmother's stories, her voice a warm embrace as she spoke of the hungry ghosts, wandering souls forgotten by the living. Each tale held a lesson wrapped in the shroud of fear, teaching us to honor our ancestors, to respect the thin veil that separates the living from the dead. As we chanted the prayers, I could feel the walls closing in, the air thickening with each syllable, until the room pulsed with raw energy, as if the spirits were answering our call, gathering to hear our lament. The weight of my family's beliefs pressed down on me, and I could feel my own doubts creeping in, like shadows at dusk. Did these rituals truly honor her? Would the offerings guide her spirit across the river of the dead? Or were we simply grasping at threads of hope, weaving a tapestry of denial? The questions clawed at me, tangling with my heart until I felt suffocated by the complexity of grief and belief intertwined. I glanced at Yi, his small frame trembling slightly as he watched the smoke rise. I felt a surge of protectiveness for him, wanting to shield him from the darkness that loomed so close. I wanted to tell him that everything would be all right, that death was simply a door we would all pass through eventually. But the truth hung heavy, a weight in the air, unspoken yet palpable. "Can we see her before we go?" Yi asked, the innocent query cutting through the air like a knife. My heart sank, the weight of reality crashing down on me. The thought of him seeing our grandmother's lifeless form, the stillness that had replaced her warmth, felt like a betrayal. Would he understand that she wasn't there anymore? That the essence of her, the laughter, the stories, the love, had slipped through the cracks of existence. The room was a whirlwind of emotion, a symphony of sorrow, and within that chaos, I could almost hear the echoes of my grandmother's laughter. The night wore on, and the incense burned low, the shadows deepening around us, as if the darkness itself was beckoning us closer, inviting us to confront the ghosts of our past, the rituals of our ancestors, the beliefs that defined us. The cries of mourning started to fade into an eerie silence, and I knew that this moment, the ache of loss, the weight of expectation, the fragile thread of connection to the beyond, was merely a prelude to something deeper, something that would haunt me long after the last candle flickered out. I could feel the swell of grief rising, circling like a tempest, ready to break free and unleash its fury into the night. I looked at my family, their faces illuminated by the dying light, and realized that the rituals we practiced were not just for the dead but for the living, those left behind to navigate the intricate web of memories, love, and loss. It was a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair, and as I stood there, engulfed in the silence that followed the storm, I understood that this was only the beginning. Each heartbeat echoed the lingering questions of existence, and I knew the cycle would continue, binding us together, even as we faced the inevitable separation that death brings. The moon hung low, a pale eye watching the world with a knowing gaze, while the whispers of the wind carried secrets that danced through the trees. I stood in the dim light, shadows wrapping around me like a lover's embrace, my heart pounding as I sensed the presence behind me, cold and hungry. There was something lurking in the night, a memory not quite forgotten, something that tasted like fear and desperation. I remember the stories my grandmother told, her voice a tremor as she spoke of the hungry dead, the Jiangshi. Vampires, but not the brooding, romanticized kind. No, these were the grotesque remnants of souls trapped between worlds, their limbs stiff, their eyes dark wells of despair. She would say, in life, they were greedy. In death, they are hungrier still. And I remember how, even as a child, I felt the chill creep up my spine, the tension of her words filling the air like incense, heavy and thick. Then there was Chen, my father's brother, a man of contradictions, tender-hearted, but with a shadow that loomed larger than life. He sought solace in the teachings of Buddhism, hoping to escape the cycle of suffering. But anger clung to him like smoke, twisting his intentions. He once told me how the Jiangshi were a warning, ghosts of those who could not let go of their desires. Desire is the true vampire, he said, his voice breaking, it drains us until we're nothing. I can still hear the echo of that night when he confronted the shadows, his voice a trembling dare against the vast darkness. It was a festival, laughter bubbling like wine, but the air turned electric with the unspeakable. He stepped away from the crowd, searching for something unseen. I followed, fear clawing at my throat, an unspoken bond tethering me to him, my heart racing, heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of the drums pulsating in the distance. There, beneath the gnarled branches, he met a woman woven from the fabric of nightmares. She was beautiful in a way that twisted the heart, a flickering candle in a storm, her presence pulsating with centuries of sorrow. I shivered, knowing she was a vessel of longing, a figure plucked from the pages of the past. Her laughter was like glass shattering, each shard reflecting a darkness I could barely comprehend. "Help me," she whispered, but the words were thick like honey, sticky with desperation. I could see in her eyes the haunting glimmer of a soul caught between the worlds of the living and the dead, a trapped essence. Chen, torn between compassion and fear, reached out to her, but I saw the shadows deepen around him, tendrils of the unquiet dead urging him closer. "She's a Jiangshi!" I cried, but my voice was swallowed by the night. He shook his head, the conflict etched on his face. "She's lost," he said, as if the weight of those words was enough to anchor him in the tumultuous sea of his heart. But desire has a way of creeping in, weaving its roots into the foundation of our souls, blinding us to the truth. I remember the moment my heart broke in two, watching as he stepped closer to the abyss, hands reaching out, illuminating the darkness with his foolish bravery. The air turned stale, the laughter of the festival fading into a distant echo. I watched as shadows flickered at the edges of the clearing, the figures of the dead whispering, clawing at the fabric of reality. "Your desires will consume you," I murmured, but even I was entranced, my own heart pounding with a mixture of fear and strange fascination. In that moment, I was bound to them both, Chen and my, two souls wading through the murky waters of longing and despair. The moonlight waned, and with it, the warmth of familiarity. In the shadows, the lines blurred, who was the predator, and who the prey? Chen's face twisted in conflict, his soul grappling with what it craved and what it feared. The clock struck midnight, an omen that sent chills racing down my spine. I could almost hear the cadence of time slipping away, the seconds stretching, folding in on themselves like the very fabric of existence unraveling. "Let me go," Mai pleaded, her voice a haunting melody that wrapped around Chen's heart like a vice. But her words were laced with something darker, something that promised an eternal hunger. I saw it then, the truth blooming like a black lotus, the realization that she was both savior and destroyer. I felt it ripple through the air, a pulse of inevitability, as if the earth itself held its breath. And there we were, suspended in that moment, caught in the web of fate, each heartbeat echoing the tension of our choices, the weight of our desires. I remember the chill of realization, that we were not just witnesses but players in an ancient dance, choreographed by the hands of fate and shadow. Fear twisted in my gut as the shadows around us lengthened, elongating into grotesque shapes, whispering promises of power and despair. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I could see it in Chen's eyes, the flicker of recognition, the spark of understanding that dawned too late. The cycle of suffering was not only a lesson but a curse, and Mai was both the embodiment of desire and the specter of loss. "Chen!" I screamed, the word tearing from my throat, raw and desperate. But it was too late. The air crackled, magic woven with intention, and in that heartbreaking instant, I watched as he stepped into the abyss, pulled by the very forces that had once promised solace. The shadows swallowed him whole, and the world tilted on its axis, the laughter of the festival now a distant memory, leaving only the cold bite of silence. I stood alone, heart racing, the night closing in like a shroud. I remember it all, his face, the warmth of his spirit, the hope that flickered like a dying flame. Behind me, the echoes of the past whispered through the trees, and I felt the weight of history settle on my shoulders. The cycle continued, the shadows coiling around my heart, and I knew deep down that the story was far from over. It was a lesson, a haunting, a reminder that desire, once unleashed, could never truly be contained. As the moon cast its last light upon the world, I understood I was bound to the dance, and the rhythm of fate would keep pulling me back. I felt the shadows stir, the air thick with the promise of what was to come, and I knew that the night was just beginning. The night was ink black, swallowing any trace of light or warmth, as if the universe itself had sealed its lips against the screaming winds. I stood in the middle of a desolate street, heart pounding against my ribcage like a trapped bird, the chill of dread licking at my spine. Shadows flickered at the corners of my vision, weaving in and out like whispers of long-forgotten secrets, urging me to remember. I remember the stories, tales of the Jiangshi, those dread revenants, rising from their tombs with their pale, waxen skin, eyes like hollow pits that drank in the night. They were nightmares incarnate, yet here I was, yearning for a chance to unravel the truth behind them, as if knowledge could pierce the darkness. And then there was Mai, her breath shallow, her hands trembling as she clutched the talisman that hung around her neck. It was a flimsy piece of paper, inscribed with ancient runes, her last defense against the encroaching terror. I could see the fear swimming in her eyes, the flicker of something deeper, haunted memories that etched lines of sorrow across her youthful face. "I can't let them take me," she whispered, a plea and a promise, but the night had already begun to close around us like a tightening noose. Then there was Jian, his jaw set in grim determination, shadows pulling at him like an old friend. He was a man at war with himself, with his past, a former scholar turned reluctant warrior, grappling with guilt that burrowed deep into his soul. The Jiangshi had claimed his brother once, a fragment of his heart buried in the earth alongside the boy who had worshipped the stars. The crescent moon hung heavy above us, a silent witness to our plight, but Jen's eyes were steel, reflecting a fury that had been tempered by loss. "We can't let them win." "Not again," he said, and I could tell that the weight of that declaration crushed the air between us, mingling with our fears. The air crackled with tension, an electric pulse that set my nerves alight. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum, a countdown to something unspeakable lurking just beyond our barren street. I could hear the stories clawing at the edges of my mind, how the Jiangshi moved, rotting limbs propelled by a hunger that transcended death, seeking the warmth of life to fill their own hollow void. They were once human, now twisted into grotesque parodies of themselves, driven by the thirst for blood, forever trapped in a cycle of torment. "Look," Mai whispered, pointing into the darkness where the shadows coalesced into a figure, its movements jerky, unnatural. It stepped into a pool of moonlight, revealing a face contorted in a frozen snarl. The sight sent a shudder through my very bones. This was not just a creature, it was a reflection of our fears, our regrets, a manifestation of history's darkest corners. The Jiangshi was a reminder of how fragile life could be, how easily it could fracture under the weight of sorrow and pain. But amidst that horror, there was also a strange allure. I remember the tales of the Jiangshi, how they were birthed from unfulfilled lives, souls tethered to the earthly realm by grief. Their origins were steeped in history, a cosmic joke of fate, and in that moment, I felt the chill of understanding wash over me. They were not merely monsters, they were echoes of love lost, of dreams shattered, of lives extinguished too soon. I grasped at the threads of my own life, weaving memories of laughter, tears, the mundane moments that tethered me to humanity. Yet, how close I walked to the edge. How easy it could have been to slip into that abyss. "Run!" Jen shouted, his voice slicing through the night like a blade, shattering the spell that held us captive. Panic surged within me, a tempest roaring as we tore down the street, the Jiangshi's raspy breath trailing behind us, hot and insatiable. I could hear the rhythm of death in my ears, its whispers growing louder, the clock ticking down, reminding me of every second stolen by fear. Each step felt like a betrayal, my body yearning for escape while my heart ached for resolution. The shadows danced, stretching and laughing, but I could see it now, their true nature woven into the fabric of our history. The Jiangshi weren't just monsters, they were warnings. They warned us of the cost of ignoring the past, of not heeding the cries for connection, the desperate need for closure. I could feel Mai's pulse synchronizing with mine, her breath hitching as we tore through the night, her dreams flashing before her eyes like distant stars. "I'm sorry," she gasped, the weight of her regret spilling like blood on the cobblestones. I wanted to tell her it was okay. I wanted to say that we were all just stories waiting to be told, waiting to be understood, yet the words caught in my throat. Instead, I ran harder, as if the very act of fleeing could siphon our fears, rendering them powerless. Jen was beside us, his fierce resolve igniting something within me, a flicker of hope against the darkness. We were not alone, we were three entwined souls, unified by our mortality, by the shadows that whispered our names. And yet, I remember feeling a pull, a gravity that urged me to look back just once. I turned, heart racing, and saw the Jiangshi behind us, its eyes glowing like twin suns, a harbinger of despair. It was a reflection of everything we had lost, everything we feared. I couldn't look away. In that moment, I understood. The Jiangshi was not merely a being of horror but a guardian of the past, forever embodied in pain. As we continued our flight, I held on to that knowledge, a bittersweet truth interwoven into our chase against the night. The fight was not just against the shadows that sought to consume us, but a struggle for our very souls, our memories, our dreams, our identities. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, the electric tension crackling through the air. We weren't just running, we were racing towards a reckoning, a moment that would define us. I could feel it approaching fast, the weight of destiny wrapping around us, tightening like a serpent's grip. We were heading for a collision, not just with the Jiangshi, but with the haunting echoes of our own pasts, the ghosts we had tried to outrun for far too long. And as the night deepened, I felt an undeniable truth settling in, that we are all survivors of our own stories, and the shadows we chase may only be reflections of the light we dare not embrace. The moon hung low and pale, cloaked in a shroud of mist, painting the night in hues of fear and secrets best left buried. Beneath its ghostly glow, a figure staggered through the narrow streets of an old village, their shadow dancing like a puppet on strings pulled by unseen hands. A sickly feeling tightened around my chest. I knew the stories, the Jiangshi, the hopping vampire, the thing that should not exist, yet here it was, clawing at the edges of my memory. I remember that night vividly. The way the air felt electric, charged with an anticipation as if the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of the known and the supernatural. Just as I turned the corner, my heart pounding with a rhythm that echoed in my ears, I saw her. Her face ghostly pale, eyes wide with terror and disbelief, a flicker of the woman I once knew buried beneath layers of fear. "Run!" she screamed, her voice splintering the silence. The sound shattered the thick fog around us, splattering shards of panic into my veins. I didn't even think, instinct took over, our legs moving as if chasing the night itself. But the Jiangshi, oh god, it was closer than I thought. A grotesque figure, its mouth twisted into a rictus grin, eyes void of life yet filled with a hunger that chilled the marrow of my bones. It leaped, hopping toward us with an unnatural grace, each movement a grotesque ballet of death. "Why did you come back?" Mai's voice cracked, filled with something deeper than just terror. Regret? I could see it in the way she trembled. She had left this place, sworn never to return, yet here we were, trapped in a cycle of our own making. I remembered why I had come, family, memories of laughter that seemed a lifetime away. I remembered the stories, the way the Jiangshi had haunted our ancestors, a curse that wouldn't let go. Memories flashed like snapshots in my mind, Mai's laughter echoed in the courtyard, the way the light danced in her hair, the warmth of her hand in mine. But that warmth had turned cold, the years had carved shadows on her heart. "We cannot let it catch us!" I shouted, adrenaline surging as we tore through the remnants of the village, the walls bearing silent witness to our flight. Each building, a tomb of forgotten lives, each alleyway, a portal to despair. "Do you really think we can escape it?" She gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. The Jiangshi is not just a monster, it's what we've become. It feeds on our past, our guilt. The weight of her words settled like a stone in my gut. I had thought this was a mere tale, an old wives' story to scare children into obedience. But it was real, alive in our fears and regrets. The Jiangshi was a mirror, reflecting the darkest corners of our souls, feeding on our sorrow, festering in the shadows we dared not confront. But even as the dread seeped into my bones, I felt a flicker of defiance. I remembered the elders in my family who had narrated, in hushed tones, the ways to combat this curse: salt, the pure essence of life, a flickering candle to pierce the darkness. "Follow me," I urged, pulling her toward the village temple, a sanctuary of light, where hope and faith intertwined like the roots of ancient trees. "We'll find a way to banish it." With every step, the air thickened, electric with a tension that pinned my heart to my throat. The Jiangshi was close, its breath a rancid whisper swirling around us, taunting and seductive. I could hear its hollow laughter echoing through the night, filling my head with dread and shame. "But what if we don't?" Mai asked, her voice trembling. "What if we can't escape our own darkness?" In that moment, I realized the truth. We weren't just running from a creature, we were fleeing from ourselves, from the choices made, the paths taken, the love lost in the shadows. The Jiangshi was merely the embodiment of our pain, a twisted reflection of our failures. The moon hung higher now, piercing through the fog, illuminating a path forward, a path fraught with uncertainty but infused with the desperate promise of redemption. I reached for Mai's hand, intertwining my fingers with hers, that familiar warmth returning like a flicker of hope against the chilling winds of despair. "Whatever happens, we fight," I whispered, a vow echoing through the night air. "We confront this together." Tremors of fear danced in my chest, but alongside them surged a wild exhilaration, a rush of adrenaline that ignited my heart as we burst into the temple. Shadows flickered around us, dancing in the candlelight, and in that moment, I could feel the essence of the village, the weight of its history, its pain, its beauty. The walls seemed to breathe with the prayers of those who had come before us, offering strength and courage to face our demons. The Jiangshi was right behind us, its presence looming, a specter of our past, and yet I felt something shift within. The air crackled with possibilities, the tension palpable. We had the power to rewrite our story, to confront the darkness rather than run from it. And just as the Jiangshi lunged, a grotesque figure caught in the throes of its own hunger, I caught a glimpse of its eyes, hollow, yet deep, swirling with centuries of sorrow. Frozen in that moment, I felt an overwhelming rush of empathy. Was it merely a monster, or was it once human, lost to the very darkness we were fighting? I remembered, our fears, our pain, they were not just ours alone, they were shared burdens, universal in their weight. With a fierce determination, I stepped forward, ready to confront that which haunted us both. And in that moment, the lines blurred between hunter and hunted, love and fear, life and death. The night held its breath, and for a heartbeat, everything hung suspended, waiting for our next move, waiting for us to either succumb or rise. The Jiangshi was more than a creature of the night. It was a reckoning, a confrontation with every choice we had ever made, every tear we had shed. As the shadows danced around us, time lost its grip, and I could feel the universe expand and contract around our fragile humanity. What would happen next? Would we conquer our fears, or would we become just another tale, whispered through the ages, lost in the echoes of the Jiangshi? The answer lingered like a breath caught in the throat, suspended in the darkness, waiting to unfold. The wind howled like an anguished spirit as the streets of Beijing twisted in the night, shadows dancing wildly against the crumbling walls. A figure emerged, pale against the black, hair cascading like a waterfall of ink. It was Mai, her heart racing, pounding in her chest like a war drum. She could feel them, feel their eyes on her. The weight of centuries pressed against her thin frame, an echo of ancestral dread wrapped in the pulse of modernity. In the distance, a clock tower ticked ominously, each chime a reminder of a time slipping away, a countdown to something inevitable. Mai! A voice pierced the night, sharp as a knife. It was Chen, breathless, his face a mask of fear and desperation. He stumbled forward, a ghost of the boy she once knew. "They're coming for you." She looked into his eyes, and in that moment, they were both children again, hiding from the shadows that lurked just beyond their doorsteps, where old tales mingled with reality. "You shouldn't have come," she whispered, fear clawing at her throat. Chen reached out, fingers brushing against her arm, sending a jolt of energy through her. The warmth of his touch contrasted sharply with the chill creeping into her bones. "I had to." "The stories." His eyes widened, and she saw the flicker of something, fear, anger, maybe love. "They're changing, Mai. We are changing." The blood in her veins turned to ice. The legends of yore whispered of a creature that fed not only on blood but on the very essence of humanity itself, evolving, morphing into something unrecognizable. She had felt the shift, the weight of her ancestors urging her to reclaim the power that pulsed through her very being. "You don't understand, Chen. I can't be that." But the truth loomed larger. She felt it in her bones, in the marrow, that urge to abandon the last vestiges of her human self. She connected with the past, with the bitter tales of the Jiangshi, the hopping vampire that once haunted the folklore of her youth, yet now they had morphed. No longer just bloodthirsty monsters, they were seducers, manipulators, reflections of the very society that birthed them. In the modern world, they wore the masks of charm, of allure, how easy it was to lose oneself in the dark. "Then what are you?" Chen's voice trembled, a reflection of the chaos swarming around them. "What do you want?" Mai's breath hitched. She wanted to scream, to tear the world apart and sift through the ashes of tradition and modernity. She wanted to redefine everything, but the weight of expectation, the burden of her bloodline, bore down on her. The clock chimed again, the sound reverberating through her. Time, always haunting her, with its relentless march toward obsolescence. As the shadows thickened, figures emerged, ethereal silhouettes, their eyes glinting like shards of glass. They were the lost, the damned, the forgotten echoes of history. They whispered her name, a soft lullaby that twisted into a cacophony of dread. "Mai! Mai, run!" Chen's voice broke through the din. He grabbed her wrist, pulling her toward the alley, but she hesitated. The ghosts of her ancestors tugged at her heart, their sorrow mingling with her own. They had fought, had bled, had sacrificed for a world that was slipping from their grasp. But she was tired of being a vessel for their pain, their longing. She wanted to be her own. And yet, the allure of darkness whispered sweet nothings into her ear. "I remember," the word slipped from her lips, unbidden. "I remember the stories, the glowing eyes, the hunger, the seduction of power." A tremor ran through her. "I remember how they danced in the moonlight, how they drew humanity closer, promising immortality, eternal life." Chen's grip tightened around her, grounding her. "But they're not who we are, Mai. We're not monsters." "Are we?" A part of her whispered back, the darkness slithering through her thoughts, wrapping around her like an old, familiar cloak. The transition was happening. She could feel the threads of her existence unraveling, blending folklore with reality, what it meant to be a vampire in a world that no longer feared the old tales. Suddenly, the shadows lunged, and Mai's heart lurched. She could see their features now, contorted faces mold from human despair, mouths twisted into eerie smiles. "Join us," they beckoned, voices laced with honeyed malice. "Embrace your true self." "No." She fought against Chen's hold, the primal urge wreaking havoc within her. A war between what was expected of her and who she yearned to become. The clock tolled once more, each chime twisting the knife deeper into her heart. And then, it happened, a visceral uprising within her. The fear transformed into a roar, a clarion call that shattered the night. She was not merely a puppet to the past but the architect of what was to come. She felt the power surge through her, electrifying, terrifying, beautiful. "Mai!" Chen cried, desperation spilling over. "You're losing yourself." But in that moment, she understood. It was not about losing herself, it was about redefining what it meant to be. The ghosts, the legends, they were not shackles, but a bridge into the unknown. She could be the darkness and the light, the hunter and the hunted. Together, she whispered, her voice stronger now, resonating with the echoes of her ancestors. "We can change the story." The shadows recoiled, momentarily stunned by the defiance that erupted from within her, the ancient stories morphing, twisting into a new narrative that sang of resilience rather than despair. And as the city hummed around them, a new chapter unfurled, buzzing with potential and the bittersweet taste of uncertainty. The ghosts lingered, the past, always a part of her, but she was not merely a remnant of what was. She was a force, a pulse in the darkness, a new dawn rising against the backdrop of an age-old tale. Everything hung in the balance, fear, hope, darkness, and desire, a fragile tapestry woven from the threads of history and modernity. The clock ticked on, relentless, but now it was her heartbeat that echoed through the night, a chant of promise, of transformation. The shadows danced, but she was no longer afraid to join them. The moon hung low, a pale sentinel casting shadows that twisted like fingers through the narrow alleyways of a forgotten town. I stood beneath its ghostly glow, heart pounding against my ribcage like a caged beast desperate to escape. It was a night thick with dread, where every rustle of the wind felt like a whispered warning, beckoning me closer to a truth I dared not confront. My eyes roamed the ground, tracing the ancient stones, their surfaces worn, as if they too bore witness to the horrors that lurked beneath the surface of this seemingly serene existence. "Xiao Mai, come back!" screamed Wei, her older brother, his voice slicing through the silence, raw and desperate. I could feel the weight of his fear, the tightness in his chest, a mirror to my own. Xiao Mai had bolted, her childlike wonder leading her into the depths of darkness. She was so small, a mere flicker of light against the suffocating black. "Don't go after her!" I wanted to shout, but the words lodged in my throat, heavy with the memories of what I had seen. "Remember the tales," I thought, unable to shake the stories my grandmother had told me, her voice trembling like the flickering candlelight. "Beware of the Jiangshi." The word tasted bitter on my tongue, a creature born not just of myth but of the fears that shaped our lives. The hopping vampire, a grotesque figure that drained the life from its victims, was as real to us as the scars of history. Those dark lips, blue with the chill of death, were no simple fables, they were warnings carved into the very earth beneath our feet. I remember the first time I felt the cold hand of fear grip my heart. I was 6, lost in the embrace of shadows while the village celebrated the new year. Firecrackers exploded like tiny stars in the night sky, laughter echoing against the wooden walls of homes. Then, in a moment that seemed to stretch for eternity, I glimpsed him, a gaunt figure in ragged clothing, eyes reflecting a void. The whispers began, hoarse and frantic, warning of the Jiangshi's return. Panic rippled through the crowd as mothers clutched their children, fathers brandishing their tools like weapons against the darkness. I remember their faces, twisted with both terror and disbelief, their eyes pleading with the skies for mercy. And now, here I was, trapped in that same suffocating fear, watching Wei's anguish unravel. "Xiao Mai!" His voice cracked like the brittle branches above us. I could see his hands trembling, fingers curling into fists, a mix of desperation and rage boiling beneath the surface. He was flawed, like the rest of us, carrying the weight of hope and despair in equal measure. I felt it too, the urge to protect, to reach out and save her, even as the shadows beckoned me to stay rooted in place, immobilized by the dread that gripped my heart. Xiao Mai! I screamed, the name echoing through the darkness. It hung in the air, a thread of connection, a lifeline that would either pull her back or shatter like glass. I could feel the cold creeping in, the familiar chill of the Jiangshi's presence, a spectre weaving through the folds of the night. The scent of decay, of lost souls, curled around me, suffocating. We were bound by this darkness, each moment a play acted out on a stage crafted by ancient fears. I remembered the stories, not just tales of monsters that jumped and danced in the shadows like puppets, but the whispers of our ancestors, those who had walked these streets before us, who had faced their own demons. The past was a presence, a pulse that throbbed beneath the surface, making us question if we were the same or merely shadows of those who had come before. Did you think it would end? The words echoed in my mind, a dark curiosity that gnawed at me. I had looked for answers, but they were buried in the soil, entwined with despair and longing. We had romanticized the vampire, turning it into a figure of fascination, yet the truth clawed at us with jagged edges. The Jiangshi was born of pain, a reflection of our fears, our losses, our failures to protect what mattered most. Wei lunged forward, his silhouette swallowed by the shadows. Xiao Mai! Rage propelled him like a storm, but it was a tempest built on fear. I wanted to scream, to pull him back from the brink of madness, but my voice faltered. In that moment, I felt the weight of all our pasts, the laughter, the love, the tragedies that laid the foundation for who we were. The air thickened, time stretching like a taut string about to snap. My heart raced as I sensed it, the presence of the Jiangshi, lurking, waiting in the periphery of our reality. I could feel the chill of its breath, the pulse of its hunger coiling closer, and in that moment, I understood, the vampire wasn't just a creature of the night, it was our past, our unresolved pain, our deepest regrets. In the twilight, everything blurred, the line between life and death, reality and myth. We can't run forever, I thought, a haunting whisper in my mind, echoing the histories written in the dust of forgotten graves. The darkness wasn't just around us, it was within us, a visceral reminder that to confront the Jiangshi, we had to confront ourselves. Where are you? Wei's voice cracked, and I felt the ache in his chest, a familiar pain that mirrored my own. I reached for him, my hand shaking but resolute. We'll find her, I promised, though the words tasted like ash. The shadows danced, and I could hear the echoes of the past whispering secrets, taunting us with the knowledge that every step forward was laced with the ghostly spectre of history. And as we moved deeper into the night, I remembered the stories, the fears, the weight of the past. It was a cycle, a relentless loop, binding us to the darkness we sought to escape. The Jiangshi was not just a creature that haunted the outskirts, it lived in our marrow, in our memories, in the things we wished we could forget. Remember, the wind seemed to sigh, a haunting reminder, remember. The whispers of the night urged us on, into the heart of the darkness, toward the confrontation that awaited, a cataclysm of emotion, a reckoning with ghosts long past, where every heartbeat was a reminder that the struggle was not merely against the horrors outside, but against the shadows within. The clock struck midnight with a resounding chime that echoed through the empty, shadow-laden streets of Prague. I stood there, heart pounding, as the last bell faded into an eerie silence. Shadows danced beneath flickering street lamps, and a chill whispered secrets only the night could know. This was no ordinary midnight, it was the cusp of something dark and ancient, a moment pregnant with dread, and I felt it coil around my throat, tight and unyielding. Lucas! A voice broke the stillness, sharp and urgent. I turned, my breath hitching. There stood Elena, her face pale, eyes wide with fear, the moonlight casting her in an otherworldly glow. She was trembling, caught between disbelief and the haunting reality of the legends we'd chased through history books and whispered stories. They're here. I remembered the tales of the vampire hunting their prey, how legends morphed into terrifying truths. It can't be real, I whispered, though the tremor in my voice betrayed my uncertainty. I could feel the cold sweat forming on my brow like the frigid touch of a ghost's hand. They're real, she insisted, her voice cracking. I saw them in the alley, shadows with eyes that glowed like embers. "We need to go." The urgency in her voice stoked a fire in my chest, igniting a primal instinct to run, to hide. But something kept me rooted, an invisible thread woven from history, from the very fabric of fear that had brought us here. I glanced towards the alley, where darkness pooled like spilled ink, concealing whatever horrors lay within. And then I remembered Victor, my brother, lost to this very darkness. The memory clawed at me. I could still hear his laughter, an echo from a time when we believed in monsters only as stories, only as figments of our imagination. I swallowed hard, suppressing the guilt that surged with a fierce intensity, almost choking me. The night was alive with the weight of the past. "Lucas, please. We can't stay here." Elena's words pulled me back. Her fear was palpable, a living thing between us, thrumming like a heartbeat. I looked into her eyes, and there it was, the reflection of my own terror, raw and unfiltered. And yet, there was something more, something unbreakable. We were bound by our search for truth, our need to confront the impossible. We had scoured ancient texts, pieced together fragments of lore, convinced that understanding would somehow fortify us against the encroaching horror. But now, standing at the precipice, I felt the gravity of what lay ahead. "We can't just run," I murmured, though doubt shadowed my resolve. "What if it's real? What if we're the only ones who can stop them?" Elena's face twisted in agony. "And what if we're not? What if we become just another story, just another set of ghosts?" Her words hung in the air, heavy with dread, each syllable a reminder of our mortality and the fleeting nature of life. In that moment, I understood, this wasn't just about facing the vampires, it was about confronting the darkness within ourselves, the fears that clung to the edges of our dreams like cobwebs in an abandoned house. We were no heroes, just flawed creatures, grappling with our own shadows as the clock ticked relentlessly toward doom. The air crackled with tension, the anticipation of an unseen predator watching, waiting. I could hear my heartbeat echoing in my ears, a drum signaling the beginning of the end. Shadows shifted in the alley, and I felt the pull, the intoxicating lure of what might have been. "Let's go," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I took a step forward, dragging Elena with me, each stride heavier than the last. We moved as if in slow motion, every footfall a prayer to the universe, a desperate plea to spare us from whatever awaited in that gloom. But the darkness had a hunger, a ravenous yearning that seeped into our bones. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and I could almost taste the dread on my tongue, a metallic tang that mirrored our own fear. I could feel it clawing at the back of my mind, memories of monsters lurking in the shadows of my childhood, creatures that had been paraded through folklore but now felt all too tangible. Then, a rustle. A figure stepped from the shadows, cloaked in night, eyes glinting like shards of glass. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs, a frantic reminder that this was real, too real. I turned to Elena, her face a mask of terror, and for a moment, time suspended. What do you do when faced with the embodiment of your darkest nightmares? I felt vulnerable, stripped of bravado, the weight of choice pressing down on me like a suffocating shroud. A decision had to be made. "Lucas," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, "if we die here, promise me you'll remember." I nodded, though the tears pooled in my eyes threatened to spill. I wanted to say something profound, something that would echo through eternity. "I will remember everything," I vowed. And in that instant, I felt the universe align, the stars blazing above, witnessing our moment of truth. The figure stepped closer, the shadows rippling around them like a dark tide, and I could see now, the sharp fangs, the cold smile. It was a warning, a prelude to the chaos that was about to ensue. The clock continued its relentless ticking, counting down to a moment that might define us. "Elena," I breathed, as time stretched, drawn taut like a bowstring. And then there was only darkness, the weight of history crashing upon us, unraveling the very fabric of our existence. We were no longer just witnesses, we were players on a stage set by fate, our roles written in the blood of those who had come before us. The night was alive with the pulse of the past, and I understood, in that moment, that this was only the beginning. The city was alive, yet so very dead. The pulsating neon lights flickered like the heartbeat of a dying star, strobing against the shadows that swallowed the alleyway's whole. I stumbled, breathless, heart pounding in my ears, tasting the metallic tang of fear and exhilaration on my tongue. A high-pitched laughter echoed from somewhere behind me, a sound so jarring, so inflected with malice, that it sent a shiver spiraling down my spine. She was close, closer than I wanted to admit. I could feel it, the weight of her gaze, the hunger behind it, tangible and electric. I darted around a corner, my feet striking the pavement like desperate prayers. This city, with its skyscrapers piercing the sky like jagged teeth, had become a twisted reflection of my own soul. Globalization had seeped into the very fabric of our existence, tainting even the legends we once held sacred. They spoke of vampires, those once noble beings transformed into grotesque caricatures of themselves, their essence diluted by commerce and culture, a blend of fear and fascination wrapped in a shiny package. I remembered a time when these myths were potent, raw, and untainted. I remembered, yet here I stood, on the brink of a confrontation, a crossroad steeped in the dark fog of modernity. Lila followed close behind, her laughter now a haunting melody that played in my head. She was fierce, a modern-day vampire with a heart of ice and a spirit too untamed for the cage of societal norms. Her fangs were not just for show, they glistened with the sharpness of her wit and pain, a reflection of her own broken past. I saw in her the echoes of an ancient lineage, a powerful force twisted by the fast-paced world around us. She was caught between the realms of history and the present, a paradox that both intrigued and terrified me. "Come on, Marcus!" Lila yelled, the thrill of the chase lighting her eyes. "You think you can run from me? I don't play fair." The pulse of the city thrummed in my veins, matching the frantic rhythm of my heart. I turned, I had to confront her. "You don't understand. There's more at stake here. You're not just a bloodsucker in a trendy club, you're a vessel of a lost history." Her laughter cut through the air again, slicing deeper than any blade. "History? What is history?" "A collection of stories that no one cares about anymore. I live in the now, I'm a creature of this globalization. I drink the essence of cities, of cultures, and I transform. I'm more than myth, I'm reality. You're still stuck in dusty books and forgotten tales." But I felt the ghosts of those myths behind me, whispering truths I couldn't ignore. I remembered the old stories, the ones that spoke of purity and purpose, the vampires who fought for humanity, who didn't merely seek to feed but to protect. Now, they were mere shadows, lost in a cacophony of marketing and misrepresentation. Their powers diluted, commodified into entertainment, like horror films screened in glitzy theaters, where every scream was met with applause instead of terror. Lila's eyes had darkened, shadows swirling beneath their surface. "You think I'm just a monster?" she spat, the venom lacing her words. "I'm hunted, Marcus. Just like the rest of us. We're the outcasts, the forgotten. We can't cling to a past that doesn't exist anymore." The city spun around us, a vortex of noise and color, yet we stood in a bubble of intense emotion. I saw the truth in her pain. It was a truth shared by others, the struggling artist, the immigrant fighting for a place, the child lost in the system. We were all shaped by the pressures of a world that demanded adaptation, yet at what cost? The essence of our identities diluted, our myths transformed into mere shadows of their former glory. "I feel it too," I shouted, my voice cracking, raw with emotion. "But we can't forsake our roots. We can't let globalization strip us of what makes us human, or vampire. There's still power in the stories." In that moment, I saw the flicker of something behind her defiance, a glimmer of longing. And what's left of those stories? They are just echoes now, Marcus. I can't survive in them. I need blood, not nostalgia. Lila's gaze held mine, a clash of darkness and light, desperation and hope. I stepped forward, feeling the distance between us shrink, aching in the twilight of our confrontation. "Then let's create new legends together," I whispered, my voice a fragile thread weaving through the chaos. "We can redefine what it means to be a vampire in this world. We can be warriors of the night, guardians of our stories, not just victims of globalization." In that moment, the laughter faded, replaced by a heavy silence that draped over us like a shroud. Time seemed to hang in the air, thick and electric. I could see the conflict writhe in her features, the way her resolve flickered like a candle in a storm. "I want to believe you, Marcus," she murmured, the intensity of her gaze piercing through the darkness. "But how do we find strength when the world is intent on tearing us apart?" The shadows danced around us, the city alive with its heartbeat, yet we stood still, suspended in that moment of vulnerability. The neon lights pulsed like a distant heartbeat, a reminder of the constant changes surrounding us. I reached out, my hand brushing against hers, a fragile connection in the chaotic whirlwind of our lives. Together, I breathed, the word hanging in the air, a bridge across our fractured realities. "We'll fight for our truth." But even as hope flickered in my chest, I felt the creeping dread of what lay ahead. The pressures of the outside world loomed, waiting to pounce on our fragile partnership. The impact of globalization had twisted our legends, but perhaps it also had the power to reshape our destinies. As I stood there, heart racing, the world around us faded into a blur, a moment of clarity amidst chaos. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the shadows whispering their stories, and I knew this was only the beginning. Whatever would come next, we would face it together, and perhaps together we would redefine what it meant to be alive in a world that had forgotten the beauty of myth. A world that didn't realize the power it was losing in its relentless march toward the future. And as the echoes of our confrontation lingered in the air, I knew we were merely at the threshold, teetering on the brink of something much larger than ourselves. The city pulsed, and so did we, bound together in this haunting, beautiful dance of darkness and light. The clock struck midnight, each chime echoing through the empty streets of a crumbling city, where shadows stretched like fingers desperate for warmth. I stood there, heart pounding like the heavy footsteps of a predator stalking its prey. A chill danced along my spine, a whisper of an ancient tale pulled from the depths of my soul, Slavic whispers, Chinese legends, twisting together like smoke in the night. Beside me, Lena clutched her phone, screen glowing eerily in the darkness. Her breath quickened, eyes darting around, fear coating her voice. "They're out there, aren't they? Watching us?" The question hung between us, thick and suffocating, igniting the cool air with the ferocity of anxiety. I wanted to assure her, but a part of me reveled in the danger, the thrill. I could almost smell the blood of forgotten souls, the sweet tang of centuries-old stories begging to be retold. Then there was Jun, lingering behind us like a shadow refusing to be cast away. His face was taut, mouth a thin line of worry, hands shoved into his pockets as if to conceal the tremor that threatened to betray him. "We shouldn't be here," he muttered, a cascade of doubt spilling from his lips. "This place is cursed." I wanted to laugh. What was a curse but a story so deeply etched in time, it became truth? But the tremor in his tone silenced me, the reality of the night wrapping around us like a shroud. We were in an abandoned mansion, walls draped in moth-eaten tapestries, the air thick with the scent of decay. I remembered stories of the vampiric strigo, cursed to wander the earth, forever searching for the warmth of human blood. I remembered the Jiangshi of China, hopping along the cobblestones of empty streets, its skin pale and sickly, eyes gleaming with the hunger of the forgotten. "Do you think they exist?" Lena's voice broke the silence, a fragile thread of curiosity laced with fear. I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, the same hope that had led us here. In this world, maybe they've taken on new shapes. New faces. "Maybe," I said, my voice a mere whisper, "but maybe we've become the monsters." The truth of my words hung in the air, heavy and palpable. Jun shifted uneasily, rubbing the back of his neck as if to dispel the horror burgeoning within. The clock chimed again, the sound reverberating through the hall, and I felt the air thicken, the shadows grown deeper, more sentient. Then a sound, a faint rustling from the shadows, drawing closer. I held my breath, heart racing, as Lena's hand found mine, fingers intertwining tightly, a lifeline in the spreading darkness. "I remember the tales my grandmother used to tell," she whispered, her breath warm against my ear, a stark contrast to the chill creeping into my bones. How the strigo would rise at dusk, drawn by the scent of blood, the promise of immortality. Her voice trembled, fear lacing every word, yet there was something electric in her tone, an excitement, a reckoning. What if they're waiting, just beyond the veil of shadow? I shivered, the air thickening with her words, alive with the essence of the past. Memories of folklore wrapped around us like ivy, each thread pulling tighter, weaving a tapestry of dread and desire. I could almost see them, figures cloaked in darkness, their eyes gleaming like shards of obsidian, hungry for connection, for understanding, for blood. "You're both crazy," Jun interjected, an edge of frustration slicing through his anxiety. "You can't honestly believe any of this." But his voice faltered, and I saw the pulse in his throat, the way his eyes darted, betraying the fear gnawing at him. He was afraid to confront the stories that had haunted him since childhood, the specters of his ancestors whispering secrets just behind the veil of sleep. I turned towards him, the weight of countless tales heavy on my tongue. What if we are the last thread of connection to those who walked before us? What if their stories are waiting for us to remember? My words hung in the air, thick and tangible, wrapping around us like a protective cloak. But an undercurrent of dread rippled through the silence, as if the very walls were listening, holding their breath, waiting for a response. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the upstairs, splintering the tension, sending shards of ice down my spine. Lena's grip tightened painfully, a gasp escaping her lips, and I could feel the pulse of adrenaline surging through us, igniting a primal instinct to flee. But something rooted me there, the electric thrill of the unknown, the pull of the stories we were chasing. "We can't leave now," I said, my voice low but resonant, each word charged with urgency. "We have to confront this." "Confront what?" Jun barked, fear lacing his words. "The monsters in the dark? You want to play hero? You think those tales are romantic?" They weren't romantic. They were blood-soaked and visceral. I remembered the stories too well, the ones steeped in sorrow, loss, and pain. "They're not just stories," I shouted, my voice rising, echoing off the walls of our fragile reality. "They're the memories of our ancestors, the fears they left behind, waiting for us to break the cycle." A silence fell, thick and oppressive, pressing in on us like the weight of the cosmos. I could see it in their eyes, the struggle, the conflict, the confrontation between fear and the undeniable pull of legacy. Lena's gaze flickered toward the staircase, where darkness pooled like ink, ready to swallow us whole. Jun's jaw clenched, and I could feel his resistance begin to crumble, fear twisting into something raw, something almost mythical. "We are the echoes of our past," I breathed, each word laced with urgency, desperation. "And we have to choose, become the tale or let it consume us." And as the silence stretched into eternity, we stood on the precipice of that choice, every heartbeat resonating in the hollow spaces between us, a rhythm of fear and hope. The mansion sighed around us, its walls yearning to release the secrets it held within, waiting to see which of us would step into the shadows. The air thickened again, vibrating with potential, as the clock chimed ominously, and we felt the ancient story stir once more, feeding off our fears, our desires, our very soul. With every breath, the night deepened, and the world outside faded, leaving only the haunting echoes of the past, whispering beneath the skin, a reminder that we were never truly alone in the darkness. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of impending rain, when I first saw her. She stood at the edge of the alley, silhouetted against the flickering neon of the city, a figure carved from shadows, her breath misting in the chill of twilight. I felt it, the electric hum of her presence, a pulse beneath my skin that quickened with each heartbeat. I remember the dread curling in my stomach, the way my heart raced like a caged bird, desperate to escape. "Are you lost?" she asked, her voice a haunting melody that echoed through the stillness. Her eyes, twin pits of darkness, held a glimmer of something ancient, something haunting, like forgotten memories clawing their way to the surface. I remember the way they bore into me, searching, pleading for connection and understanding. But we were worlds apart, her existence woven into the fabric of legends, while I was merely a passerby, an intruder in this macabre dance of time and fate. "Not lost," I replied, my own voice trembling as I stepped closer. "Just searching." The truth hung there, suspended like a spider's web, fragile and easily shattered. The search was for meaning, perhaps, or maybe just a glimpse into the unknown, the seductive call of the dark side of humanity, where love twisted with despair, and immortality felt like a curse rather than a blessing. She smiled then, a fleeting expression that flickered like the dying embers of a fire. "You shouldn't be here." A warning, or an invitation? The ambiguity gripped me, drawing me deeper into her world, a world filled with blood and violence, with passion and betrayal. But hidden beneath it all was an aching loneliness, a yearning to belong amidst the chaos of shifting cultures and clashing beliefs. I remember the boy, a ghost from my past, his laughter echoing in my mind, a balm against the sharp edges of my memories. He was everything I was not, reckless and bright, a beacon of warmth in a frigid world. But the city had swallowed him whole, leaving me with only fragments, memories that haunted me like phantoms in the night. I could see him now, dancing on the cusp of desire, forever tantalizing and yet forever out of reach. With a sudden burst of energy, the girl in the shadows stepped forward, her movement fluid, graceful as a predator stalking its prey. "You think you can handle it?" she taunted, challenging me to confront the darkness that lay beneath the surface. "You think your heart is ready for the truth?" I took a shaky breath, my pulse pounding in my ears, a drumbeat of fear and excitement. "What truth?" She laughed, a sound laced with sadness, infectious yet laced with danger. "The truth is a knife, cutting through illusion. It hurts, but it also frees you." And there it was, the raw intensity of her words slicing through the fog of my uncertainty. I was drawn to her, to the darkness and the light that existed within her. She was a living paradox, a creature of the night caught in the throes of a cultural tempest, straddling the line between ancient lore and modern existence. The city whispered around us, the hum of 1,000 stories entwined in its veins. Each shadow held a history, each darkened corner a secret yearning to be unveiled. I could feel it, the pulse of something greater than myself, a collective heartbeat of souls intertwined. And yet, the boy lingered in the corners of my mind, a spectre pulling me back. I could almost hear his laughter blending with the night, an echo of what we had lost, a reminder of the price of immortality. What good was forever when it was haunted by the ghosts of those we couldn't save? "Do you understand?" she asked, a fierce intensity in her gaze. "We are the remnants of worlds colliding, cultures colliding. The vampire lore, it's not just our story. It's a tapestry, woven with threads of love and loss, despair and hope. It's a reflection of humanity's darkest desires, the search for meaning in a world that often feels devoid of it." Her words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I could feel the tension building, a storm brewing on the horizon. The city was alive with energy, each pulse a reminder of the chaos that lay beneath the surface. I wanted to reach out, to touch the fabric of her existence, to feel the weight of her struggles as she navigated this multicultural labyrinth of life. But then I remembered the boy again. I felt the sharp pang of loss, the grief that clawed at my insides. I never had the chance to save him. And as I watched her, this creature of the night, this embodiment of all our fears and desires, I realized that she too was grappling with the weight of her own failures. In that moment, I became hyper-aware of the shadows that danced just beyond our reach, the ghosts of those who had come before us, and the stories that remained untold. I could feel the pulse of history thumping beneath my skin, the echoes of centuries past whispering through the alleyways, urging us to remember. "I remember," I whispered, feeling the weight of the universe pressing against my chest. I remember, with those words, I felt the world shift beneath my feet, the ground trembled, the air crackled with energy, and in that heartbeat, we were no longer just a girl and a boy in a city. We were a part of something bigger, a song rising from the ashes of the past, a story woven through time, a dance of shadows and light, of cultures colliding in a fierce embrace, all culminating in this fragile moment of connection. I looked into her eyes, and there it was, a flicker of understanding, of pain, of hope. The night was dark, but it was alive, and so were we. And as the storm rolled in, I knew one thing for certain: the future of vampire lore in this multicultural world would not be written in blood alone. It would be a tapestry woven of countless souls, each thread a story longing to be told, each heartbeat an echo of the past guiding us toward an uncertain future. And I was ready to face it. The room was dark, shadows writhing against the walls like restless spirits, and the only source of light was the cold glow of a phone screen. A voice crackled through the silence, trembling with urgency. "I saw him, I swear. He was just there, right behind me." Sarah's breath hitched in her throat, each word punctuated by the frantic thumping of her heart. She clutched the phone tighter, as if it were a lifeline to reality, to safety, but the screen flickered ominously, drawing her deeper into a world where the line between the living and the dead was blurred. Across the city, Damien sat alone, the weight of unspoken words choking him. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, the cursor blinking impatiently. He had a story to tell, one that could shatter the fragile silence that cloaked their lives. But how could he find the right words when the very words that brought him solace also brought forth the monster lurking in the shadows of his mind? What if they don't believe me, he whispered to the empty room, the ghosts of his past riding on his breath. Each notification that lit up his screen felt like a siren call, but instead of the thrill of connection, he only felt the cold grip of fear. The online world spun tales as intoxicating as they were terrifying, and somewhere along the line, those tales crept off the page and into their lives. The hashtags that once brought laughter now clung like a shroud, smothering them in their haunting embrace. #vampire reality. #living nightmare. Sarah's voice quaked through the phone, pulling him back. Damien, it's real. I need you. We need to go public. There it was, the raw edge of desperation, the panic spilling over, and yet in it, he felt an answer. A chance. But what did it mean to go public in a world where trust had evaporated like morning mist? Where every shared story could be a knife cutting deeper? He thought of the viral posts that painted vampires as misunderstood romantics, legends of love and loss, and yet here they were, tangled in a web that felt far more sinister. Do you remember the story of the lady in the mirror? Sarah continued, her voice barely above a whisper, each word dripping with dread. She said if you summon her, she'll show you the truth of your darkest fears. The chills cascaded down Damien's spine. She was right, the echoes of memory pierced through him. The lady, forever bound to her reflections, beckoned them closer. I remember, he murmured, caught in the tide of her words. I remember, the flickering screen cast ghostly patterns on the walls, and for a moment, he imagined the lady's laughter, cruel and teasing, as if delighting in their torment. The digital realm, crafted from pixels and projections, had become a mirror that reflected their deepest insecurities, magnified by the relentless scrutiny of the viewing public. The shadows outside whispered secrets no one should have known, weaving a narrative of fear that seeped into their lives. What if she's right? Sarah's voice trembled. What if we're not just telling a story? What if we're part of it? The thought hung between them, heavy as a storm cloud, gathering strength. Each heartbeat drummed against the walls, a grim symphony that underscored their reality. The air was thick with the memory of each night spent scrolling through feeds filled with blood, beauty, and tragedy, a grotesque ballet of existence. In that moment, the divide between their digital lives and the visceral reality of their fears blurred, unraveling like the threads of a cursed tapestry. They were both caught in a dance with the darkness, and social media was the music that orchestrated their movements, drawing them nearer to an inevitable confrontation. He could see it now, the likes, the comments, the shares, a serrated edge, each click a beckoning finger, inviting them to step further into the abyss. I'm scared, Sarah confessed, her voice barely a breath, but it struck him like a lightning bolt. He could hear her heart echoing through the phone, a thundering reminder of their shared mortality, the vulnerability that pulsed beneath their bravado. What if we don't make it? The question hung like smoke in the air, suffocating and intoxicating. What did it mean to confront the truth when it was wrapped in the guise of a monster? The tales they'd read, the myths they'd consumed, they had twisted into something altogether different, something that could reach out and snatch them from reality. The digital world had become a battleground for their souls, and the stakes had never been higher. Then we face it together, he said, a surge of determination rising like a tidal wave within him. The darkness might be hungry, but so were they, desperate for the light, for connection. Let's show them the real story. The words ignited a fire deep inside him, the kind that burned bright enough to pierce through the suffocating shadows. They had become warriors, wielding their phones like swords, ready to slice through the fabric of fear that entangled them. Sarah let out a shaky breath, relief washing over her like cool rain on parched earth. You're right. We have to fight back. The phone crackled with a promise, a shared pact forged in the crucible of their fears. The night thickened around them, stars dimming in the weight of their resolve, but they would not be silenced. With each tap of Damien's fingers, a new narrative began to take shape, one that was raw and unfiltered, stained with the blood of their truth. They would become the authors of their own fate, reclaiming their story from the jaws of a ravenous digital beast. Emotions surged, fear, anger, hope, each pulse of the heart an echo of defiance against a world that thrived on the macabre. The shadows whispered, but they would roar back. Their tale was only just beginning, and as they stepped into the digital battlefield, the stakes were set. This was not just a story of vampires or nightmares, it was a testament to the power of voice, the strength of connection in the face of overwhelming darkness. And in that moment, the night held its breath, watching as they prepared to unleash their truth upon a world that had forgotten what it meant to fear. The moon hung low, an aching eye in a velvet sky, illuminating the cobbled streets where shadows danced like ghosts. Each step echoed in the stillness, a heartbeat against the cold stone. I was there, trapped between fear and fascination, drawn into the heart of the ancient city, where whispers of the past clung to the air like a thick fog. Somewhere in that darkness, the truth lay hidden, waiting to ensnare the unwary. A shiver ran down my spine as I caught a glimpse of her, Myra, the girl who had dared to love a creature of the night. Her eyes, dark as the abyss, flickered with an unsettling blend of longing and despair. She was alive yet haunted, her laughter echoing like a distant chime, tinged with sorrow. I remember the way she spoke of him, cloaked in mystery, as if he were both her savior and her doom. "He can't help what he is," she'd said, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. "But neither can I help what I feel." Every word hung heavy in the air, a dark promise of love entwined with tragedy. I remember the night she confronted him, her pulse racing, each beat a countdown to the inevitable. Beneath the flickering lamppost, the shadows folded around them like a shroud. "You think I don't see you?" she demanded, her voice quaking with a mixture of fury and fear. "You're a monster, and monsters don't change." But he was more than a mere monster, he was Victor, a relic of centuries lost, forever wandering between worlds. His face was pale, an ethereal canvas reflecting 1,000 sorrows. "Myra," he whispered, his voice like silk, sinuous and dangerous. "You know nothing of what I've endured. I am the keeper of dreams, but also nightmares." I felt the tension coil like a serpent between them, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. The air thickened, charged with an electricity that crackled in my veins. They were bound by a thread of fate, an ancient curse that linked their souls in an unholy dance. I remember the stories, the tales spun by trembling lips in the dark, where vampires became the embodiment of forbidden desire and unquenchable thirst. Across cultures, across time, they haunted our fears and our fantasies. There was a vampire in every heart, lurking in every shadow, each one a reflection of our deepest longings and darkest fears. But in that moment, with Myra's heart exposed and Victor's secrets hanging heavy, I felt the weight of their worlds pressing down upon me. What was it about the allure of the vampire? What was it that called to us, that drew us into their embrace, even when we knew the danger? Was it the promise of immortality, or the intoxicating thrill of being loved by something so overwhelmingly powerful? Myra stepped closer, her breath mingling with the night air. "We can never be," she murmured, a tear glistening like a dewdrop on her cheek. "You're a ghost to me, and I'm alive in a world that will never understand." Victor's eyes darkened, a storm gathering beneath their surface. "But I am here, Myra," he said, his voice steady, an anchor in the swirling chaos. "And I can feel your heartbeat as if it were my own. You make me feel alive." I could feel the truth of his words hanging in the air, heavy and electric. Love, raw and unrefined, was their only lifeline. But what did it mean to love a creature that thrived on darkness? What did it mean to stand on the precipice, teetering between the pool of passion and the abyss of despair? And then, as if the universe itself held its breath, a moment of silence descended, thick and suffocating. The clock tolled in the distance, each chime a reminder of the fleeting nature of time, echoing through the corridors of the night. I could almost see the ghosts of their ancestors lingering in the shadows, bearing witness to this eternal struggle. Myra's gaze turned steely, determination igniting within her. If you love me, you will let me go, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, fraying at the edges. You will set me free from this curse of longing. And that's when Victor faltered, the weight of his own existence crashing down around him. You don't understand, he choked, the words catching in his throat like blades. Without you, I am already dead. But love is a cruel teacher, and the lessons it imparts are often steeped in agony. I could feel the air crackling with tension as their destinies twisted around one another, a fateful dance that echoed throughout history. I remember the legends, how each culture spun its own tale of vampires, how each darkened heart found a way to reflect its own stories in them. From the sanguine myths of Eastern Europe to the seductive whispers of the East, vampires became a part of humanity's DNA. They were not merely monsters, they were the shadows of our own souls. This was the legacy. They lived in the spaces between life and death, in the hearts of those who dared to dream. Their thirst mirrored our own, an unquenchable desire for connection in a world that often felt painfully isolated. And as I stood there, caught in the tempest of their confrontation, I felt the echoes of every vampire story ever told swirl around me, wrapping me in their chilling embrace. I could almost hear the voices of those who came before, warning me, coaxing me to remember, love is both a gift and a curse. But before I could pull away from the edge of their world, a sudden roar of wind swept through the street, a wild and untamed force that rattled the lampposts and sent a shiver through my bones. It was a reminder that the night was alive, that shadows had their own tales to tell, and that the line between love and destruction was thinner than the finest silk. Victor stepped forward, determination etched on his face, a dark promise lingering in the air. Then I will make you understand, he said, his voice low and fierce. If this is the end, I will fight for you, or through time, through the very fabric of our existence. And just like that, the night exploded into chaos, shadows swirling around us, the past and the present colliding in a breathtaking climax. Their love, their pain, their eternal struggle hung in the air, a tapestry woven with threads of heartbreak and hope, despair and desire. As the moon watched, an unblinking sentinel, I knew the story would never end. It would morph, evolve, and echo through the ages, haunting the hearts of those who dared to love in the darkness. And all I could do was stand there, feeling the weight of their legacy pressed down on my chest, my heart racing with the knowledge that we are all a little bit vampire, chasing love, chasing life, even as the shadows threaten to consume us whole.